and also the company should take the owners and also have to maintain all the status quo, and also all the security measures, safety measures have to be maintained by the industrialists, is what Chandrababu Naidu has appealed to the industries. And now, after this particular incident, yes, a committee has been formed to inquire into this matter, and also further investigation will be taken up, whereas the government has also announced an ex gratia to the deceased families and also to the one who are undergoing treatment at the hospital. So 17 people have died in this particular incident which has taken place in the Achutapuram Special Economic Zone, and near about 30 are undergoing treatment at the hospital. Everyone has been rescued from the site where the incident had taken place.
Thank you, Aneri, for those updates. Definitely, the state government and the central government needs to also apprise of the situation and take better security measures in terms of the industry bodies that are gaining momentum. So, thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
India will celebrate its first National Space Day today in honor of the Chandrayaan-3 mission's successful soft landing on the moon's southern pole region. In 2023, this achievement made India the fourth country to land on the moon and the first to do so near the lunar south pole. To mark the occasion, the Department of Fisheries will host seminars and demonstrations showcasing the use of space technologies in the fisheries sector in collaboration with the ISRO. The Jammu and Kashmir Assembly polls are all set to kick off with the first phase beginning on 18th of September. With the polls nearing closer, the political tussle seems to be on the rise. Here's a report. Take a look.
The Jammu and Kashmir Assembly polls, which will be conducted in 3 phases, is all set to kick off. In the first phase, 24 assembly segments, both in Jammu and Kashmir, will go to the polls on September 18th. This will be the first election in J&K since the abrogation of Article 370 in August 2019, which stripped the region of its special status and split it into 2 union territories. The BJP is in a huddle.
We are always prepared, and when we talk about the workers of Bharatiya Janata Party, we are among not those parties who are seasonal workers and they come into play only when Chunav and all those things are there. But when we talk about Bharatiya Janata Party, our Karyakarta, you will find 24/7 by 365 working on the grounds. Same was the story when it was Corona period also. Maximum number of sacrifices somebody has given, that is given only from Bharatiya Janata Party. We are prepared and we are anticipating that very soon you will find a Chief Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party in Jammu and Kashmir. With full majority, we are going to win this election.
According to top sources, the BJP is all set to finalize the list of names going to contest the J&K assembly polls today. The panel for each assembly of every constituency is likely to the BJP headquarters. The final call will be taken by BJP's National Election Committee that will be headed by PM Narendra Modi. Ram Madhav is likely to chair a key meeting. There is a high chance that 30 to 40% of the candidates will be replaced by fairly younger candidates. BJP Jammu and Kashmir President Ravinder Raina is likely to contest from the traditional Nowsera seat. Meanwhile, party's J&K General Secretary Sunil Sharma will most likely try his luck from the Pader Nagseni seat.
Jammu and Kashmir is all politically decked up for the first assembly polls post-abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha. From the manifesto to the names of the candidates, the deliberations are on. From the BJP to National Conference to PDP to the Congress Party, all are holding back-to-back meetings. The meetings are for the alliance or to ensure that they contest with the support of the independents. But one thing is very clear, that the political atmosphere in the Jammu is all charged up, as well as in the Kashmir Valley, as the top leaders from the national capital as well as from the other states, they are visiting the union territory and also holding series of meetings to finalize the names as the parties gear up to form the government in the first polls post-abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha.
Kharge and Rahul are camping in Srinagar, and the party has announced that its doors are open for anyone fighting against the BJP.
जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों को और हिंदुस्तान के हर स्टेट के लोगों को मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हमारे लिए जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, उनका स्टेटहुड सबसे ज़रूरी चीज़ है।
Meanwhile, National Conference Party and Congress have sealed a pre-poll alliance for the upcoming assembly elections. Minutes after the announcement, the BJP has made a strong claim.
कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को भारतीय जनता पार्टी का डर सता रहा है। डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब और श्री राहुल गांधी जी, श्री खड़गे साहब भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ज़बरदस्त लहर जो जम्मू कश्मीर में है उससे डर गए हैं। डर के कारण, हार के भय के कारण श्री राहुल गांधी जी, श्री खड़गे साहब और श्री फारूक अब्दुल्ला ने आपस में जम्मू कश्मीर में गठबंधन का फैसला किया है।
जिन्ना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर छोड़ते क्या बताना चाहिए।
क्या कहेंगे?
राहुल गांधी लाल चौक पे जाके रात में खाना खाया, किसका देन है, किसके कारण वो इतने रात में जा सके? नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार 10 साल से जो काम किया है इसके कारण से आज लाल चौक में जाते हैं, सिस्टर के साथ मिलके जो फड़े में घूमते हैं।
With only few weeks left, all eyes are now on the crucial Jammu and Kashmir elections.
The Central Bureau of Investigation to perform polygraph test on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata horror rape and murder tragedy. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Welcome back, viewers. Thank you for tuning in to Republic TV, where we bring you the latest updates from across the world. First up, we have the popular Tamil actor Thalai Vijay unveiling the flag and symbol for his political party Tamilaga Vetri Kazhagam. This comes as a major development in the regional political dynamics of Tamil Nadu. Here's a report, take a closer look.
From the big screens to the political arena, Thalai Vijay gets ready for his second innings as a politician. The Tamil superstar unveiled the flag and symbol of his political party, Tamilaga Vetri Kadagam. Vijay hoisted the flag at the Panayur party office and also released an official song for his party. The two-coloured maroon and yellow flag has elephants on both sides and a peacock surrounded by stars at the centre. In February, Vijay had announced the launch of Tamilaga Vetri Kadagam. The actor turned politician had also earlier said that he would be contesting the 2026 Assembly election in Tamil Nadu. The AIDMK extended their best wishes to Thalai Vijay on this new journey.
We extend our hearty wishes and we welcome Vijay to active politics. In a democracy, anybody who has an intent to serve the people on the country can be in politics. In those lines, Mr. Vijay has taken his first step by releasing the party flag. We welcome him and wish him good luck. Prince Udaynidhi, who is awaiting to be crowned in DMK, the entire bandwagon of DMK is rattled with Vijay's this hoisting flag and the next step towards public life. So the DMK unit is not happy. However, we heartily wish Vijay, we welcome him.
Notably, his party did not align with any political bloc in recently concluded 2024 Lok Sabha elections. According to the sources, the flag reveal will follow a massive rally in the last week of September to formally launch the party in the eyes of the public in Tamil Nadu. The registration of the party under the Election Commission is at an advanced stage and is likely to be completed soon. Over 300 workers of TVK as well as members of Vijay's fan club were invited for the event. The actor taking his first steps in the political arena exuded confidence of winning the 2026 Assembly elections. Can his fame reap political dividends? That's the big question.
Superstar Tamil actor Vijay has officially launched his political outfit, Tamilaga Vetri Kadagam's flag as well as the anthem for the party. The launch was done at the party headquarters in Chennai today, and actor Vijay, while addressing the members of the party, had stated that the time has come for those who have been working on an individual basis to work collectively for the betterment of the people of Tamil Nadu.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Two women journalists have been reportedly assaulted by Congress workers in the Kondareddy Palli village in Telangana, the hometown of Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. According to reports, the journalists were attacked while covering a story on a farmer loan waiver. They reported that their camera was destroyed and their phones were taken. The incident has drawn calls for intervention from high-profile Congress leaders and the Press Council of India. We're seeing visuals from Kondareddy Palli in Telangana, where two women journalists were assaulted allegedly by Congress workers. The US Defense Department has confirmed that a second aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln, has been deployed to the Middle East. The movement of the Abe into the CENTCOM AOR was directed by Secretary Austin earlier this month. This was done as part of broad adjustments to US military posture in the region designed to improve US force protection. This move comes as Iran threatens retaliation against Israel following the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran.
So as you saw yesterday, U.S. Central Command announced that the USS Abraham Lincoln, equipped with F-35C aircraft, entered the CENTCOM area of responsibility. The movement of the Abe into the CENTCOM AOR was directed by Secretary Austin earlier this month as part of broad adjustments to U.S. military posture in the region designed to improve U.S. force protection.
Republican presidential candidate J.D. Vance has criticized Kamala Harris on crime and border security during a campaign visit to Georgia with his running mate. The GOP is targeting battleground states to shift attention from Democrats' celebration of Harris's presidential nomination in Chicago. Vance stated that it is interesting that they're running and trying to pretend to be tough on crime people.
The headlines: Brian Kemp and Donald Trump have had some disagreements. I am 100% guarantee you that Brian Kemp is behind this ticket. He wants us to win because he believes the policies of Kamala Harris are disastrous for this country, and he's exactly right about that.
Intense shelling broke out between Israel and Hezbollah along the Israel-Lebanon border. Smoke was rising from the Qiyam town, which was heavily shelled by Israel. In response, Hezbollah struck the Israeli border town of Metula, which is near Lebanon. For over 10 months, Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging strikes amid Israel's ongoing conflict with the Hamas, an ally of Hezbollah. Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, criticized the organization that the UN failed to acknowledge the victims of the October 7 Hamas attack. He pointed out that despite the UN marking the International Day of Remembrance for Victims of Terror, there was no mention of Israeli victims in the UN's exhibit, suggesting that the events of October 7 were overlooked.
Yesterday, the UN marked the International Day of Remembrance for Victims of Terror. However, if you walked around the UN's exhibit, you would not have found a single tribute to an Israeli victim. Apparently, someone forgot what happened on October 7th. How morally bankrupt can this organization be to ignore Israeli victims just 10 months after one of the largest and most horrific terror attacks in history, to pretend they never existed?
Venezuela's Supreme Court has supported President Nicolás Maduro's claim that he won last month's presidential election and said the online voting results showing the loss were falsified. This ruling is part of Maduro's effort to address the protests and international criticism following the disputed July 28 vote, where he was running for a third term. The High Court, known for its support of Maduro, rarely disagrees with the government. The decision, announced Thursday at an event with top officials and diplomats, responded to Maduro's request to review the vote totals, which he claimed, without evidence, were affected by a foreign cyber attack from North Macedonia. Russian President Vladimir Putin held a call with local governors to discuss the situation in regions bordering Ukraine. Alexei Smirnov, the acting governor of Kursk, reported that more than 1 lakh Russian President Vladimir Putin held a call with local governors to discuss the situation in regions bordering Ukraine. Alexei Smirnov, the acting governor of Kursk, reported that more than 133,000 people have been evacuated from conflict-affected areas. Bahrain's Governor Alexander Bogomas informed Putin about the emergency evacuation training conducted for border areas. During the call, Putin claimed that Ukraine had attempted to strike the Kursk nuclear power plant and noted that Moscow has notified the IAEA, expecting the agency to send experts to evaluate the situation. Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani met with Saudi Foreign Minister Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud in Baghdad. According to a statement from al-Sudani's office, they discussed the political and economic aspects of the relationship between Iraq and Saudi Arabia. They also reviewed the recent regional developments and the impact of ongoing aggression in Gaza. The Canadian government has ordered Canada's 2 main freight railroads to settle their labour dispute through arbitration. After the deadline passed, Canadian National and CPKC locked out their workers. Once arbitration begins, the railroads say trains will start running again.
In the current collective bargaining negotiations between Canadian National Railway, Canadian Pacific Kansas City, and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, an agreement has so far proven elusive. After months of negotiations, CN Rail and CPKC began lockouts while Teamsters Canada rail workers at CPKC went on strike at 12:01 a.m. this morning. These collective bargaining negotiations belong to these parties.
The Central Bureau of Investigation is going to perform polygraph test, which is the lie detector test, on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata rape case, while also 4 others will be questioned in the lie detector test. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The big update in the Kolkata horror probe, CBI to conduct polygraph tests of Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and 4 trainee doctors. After holding key bilateral trade talks in Warsaw, Prime Minister Modi to arrive in Kiev and is slated to meet President Volodymyr Zelensky. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh arrives in Washington, D.C. to hold key bilateral meet with his counterpart, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. The assembly polls are around the corner, and former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren has said that he will announce his party and will reveal everything within a week. Congress and NC form alliance for the upcoming J&K assembly polls. After completing the first leg of his 2-nation visit, Prime Minister Modi departed for Kiev for Warsaw. Following the talks with Polish leadership that saw the elevation of India-Poland ties to the level of strategic partnership, Prime Minister Modi will hold one-on-one and delegation-level talks with President Zelensky of the war-torn Ukraine. Ahead of his visit, Prime Minister Modi said no solutions can come from the battlefield and that India is ready to provide all possible cooperation for restoration of peace. Here's a report of PM's 2-nation visit. Take a look.
Prime Minister Modi, on his 2-nation trip to Poland and Ukraine, has concluded the first leg of his visit. PM's Poland visit was marked by talks with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk that saw the elevation of India-Poland ties to the level of strategic partnership. A social security pact to promote the mobility of skilled workers was also strengthened. Taking to X, the Prime Minister said the visit gave him an opportunity to deepen cooperation with a valued friend. The Prime Minister last night left from Warsaw to Kyiv. PM's visit to Ukraine comes just 6 weeks after his Russia tour as the war has entered its 3rd year. The Indian diaspora in Kyiv is eager to welcome Prime Minister Modi. In his nearly 7-hour stay in Kyiv today, Modi will hold one-on-one and delegation-level talks with Zelensky. The conversation is expected to largely focus on finding ways to resolve the conflict in Ukraine. Ahead of his visit to Ukraine, PM said India is ready to extend all possible cooperation to restore peace. Prime Minister has reiterated that India firmly believes that no problem can be solved on the battlefield.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is preparing for a meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. This visit follows Modi's recent visit to Poland, where he underscored the urgent need for peace amid the escalating tensions.
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent visit to Poland, he is all set to meet Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Modi's visit to Ukraine is primarily aimed at facilitating peace talks, reflecting India's push for a resolution amidst escalating tensions. His recent call for a return to peace highlights the urgency of his mission as he prepares for this significant engagement in Ukraine. With the war intensifying, Modi's stance remains clear. This is not the time for war. India has long been a proponent of peace, and Modi's current efforts align with this enduring commitment. During his visit to Poland, the Prime Minister once again emphasized the need for peace amidst the ongoing conflict.
साथियों, भारत बुद्ध की विरासत वाली धरती है। और जब बुद्ध की बात आती है, तो जो युद्ध नहीं, शांति पर विश्वास करती है। और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है। ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
This message was reinforced during his visit to Russia, where he directly urged President Vladimir Putin, saying, "Today's era is not of war."
एक्सेलेंसी, एक मित्र के नाते मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए शांति सर्वाधिक आवश्यक है। लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि युद्ध के मैदान में समाधान संभव नहीं होते। बम, बंदूक और गोलियों के बीच समाधान और शांति वार्ताएं सफल नहीं होती हैं और हमने वार्ता के माध्यम से ही शांति के रास्ते अपनाने होंगे।
India's foreign policy, rooted in promoting global peace, continues to garner respect on the international stage. Let's not forget, 2 years ago, in his address to the US Congress, Modi reiterated the need for peace in times of global unrest.
As I have said directly and publicly, this is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter. Peaceful resolution of disputes and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity.
As Modi's diplomatic endeavors progress, they could be pivotal in shaping future negotiations and reinforcing India's role as a global leader.
The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has intensified with heavy shelling exchanged across the Israel-Lebanon border. Villages are caught in the crossfire as large plumes of smoke rise over Qiyam town, heavily targeted by the Israeli forces.
Heavy shelling took place between Israeli forces and Hezbollah in villages along the Israeli-Lebanon border. Large plumes of smoke rose in Qiyam town following Israeli shelling. The town has been heavily targeted by Israeli forces. Hezbollah announced that in retaliation for Israeli strikes on southern villages, they targeted buildings used by Israeli soldiers in Metula with precise weaponry. The ongoing conflict has seen daily exchanges of fire for over 10 months amid Israel's war against Hamas. These clashes have resulted in over 500 fatalities in Lebanon. Around 100 civilians, 23 soldiers, and 26 civilians in Israel have died. The exchange of fire between Israel and Hezbollah continues to escalate, contributing to a mounting death toll and heightened tensions in the region.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A small turboprop plane has crashed into a mangrove swamp near Bangkok on Thursday, leaving up to 9 people who have been feared to be dead. The Cessna Caravan, operated by Thai Flying Service Company, had just taken off from Bangkok's Suvarnabhumi airport at 2:56 p.m. en route to Chhat province, when it lost radio and radar contact 11 minutes later, approximately 35 kilometers southeast of the airport. Rescuers have found no survivors among the 7 passengers and 2 pilots listed on board. The crash site posed challenges for recovery efforts due to the swampy terrain. The identities of those on board have not yet been released. The First World Food Programme aid trucks have finally crossed into the embattled Darfur region of Sudan, bringing critical relief to communities on the brink of famine. The border had been closed for 6 months by Sudan's governing council, which is led by top military generals, forcing the WFP to use long and dangerous routes that cross battlefront lines and through areas controlled by various militia groups.
In a massive relief to the war-torn and famine-struck region of Sudan, a convoy of World Food Programme aid trucks successfully crossed the Adda border from Chad into Sudan's Darfur region. For 6 months, this border remained closed under orders from Sudan's ruling military council, forcing humanitarian agencies to take perilous detours through conflict zones.
These trucks are the first in months to cross from Chad into Sudan at the Adre border post. And this is a very good news because this corridor is the easiest and the fastest for humanitarian aid to reach populations in critical need in Darfur.
Sudan has spiraled into chaos since April last year, when fighting erupted between the military and the rapid support forces. Over 25 million people, both within Sudan and those fleeing the conflict, are now on the brink of starvation. The United Nations reports that the brutal conflict has claimed over 14,000 lives and injured 33,000 more, though activists fear the true toll may be far higher. As aid finally reaches the desperate communities of Darfur, this relief brings a glimmer of hope in a nation torn apart by war. While the reopening of the Adda border marks a crucial breakthrough, the humanitarian crisis in Sudan is far from over, with millions still in need of urgent assistance. The world watches as Sudan teeters on the brink of famine.
A Lahore court has extended the detention of a suspect accused of spreading misinformation that led to violent riots in the UK earlier this month. Farhan Asif, a freelance web developer, faces charges of cyber terrorism after allegedly sharing false information that inflamed tensions and sparked attacks. Asif appeared in court today amid tight security, with the court granting an additional 4 days of custody for further questioning by the Federal Investigation Agency. Our report has more details. Take a look.
A Lahore court has decided to extend the detention of Farhan Asif, a 32-year-old freelance web developer. Asif is at the center of a case that has drawn international attention after he allegedly spread misinformation leading to riots in the United Kingdom. The Federal Investigation Agency had requested a 2-week extension to question Asif. However, the court granted them only 4 days. The decision follows a previous court order that had already allowed the FIA to question Asif for 1 day. Rana Rizwan, Asif's lawyer, expressed frustration, stating that the court's decision was rushed and unlawful.
This case is about cybercrime. Our client Farhan Asif, which is charged under Section 9 and 10A of PICA Act 2016. Proceeding was very poor because in our absence, Judge Sahab given 4-day remand to FIA, which is very unlawful. Our client is very innocent and normal citizen of Pakistan. He unintentionally shared a tweet news of X account, which is channel of UK.
Asif was arrested from his house in Lahore and has been accused of sharing false information about a stabbing attack in northwest England. This misinformation claimed that the suspect in the attack was an asylum seeker, which further fueled attacks on a mosque. Asif remains in custody as investigations continue.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Thousands of demonstrators in Jakarta clashed with police as they attempted to storm the parliament building to protest the controversial revisions to Indonesia's election laws. Protesters, including activists, students, workers and celebrities, occupied roads, tore down fences and burned tires, prompting police to respond with tear gas and water cannons. The revisions, which could have been bolstered the influence of outgoing President Joko Widodo, has sparked widespread outrage. Following the massive protests, Indonesian lawmakers cancelled plans to ratify the changes, failing to achieve a quorum in the plenary session. Floodwaters have wreaked havoc across northeastern India and eastern Bangladesh, leaving at least 15 people dead and thousands displaced. As the waters continue to rise, rescuers are struggling to reach those in need. Take a look at this report.
Relentless floodwaters have transformed villages into submerged wastelands. These are the visuals from Bangladesh. Sudden breach of a dam has sent torrents of water streaming through homes and fields, leaving destruction in its wake. Listen into this villager from Habiganj describe the dire situation.
আমরা বাড়ি কত ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত মধ্যে আছি পুষ্মিতে মাছ আসছিল সব চলে গেছে বন্যার বাড়ির লগে অনেক ঘর ঘর বিরত হয়ে গেছে রাস্তাঘাট সব ছিড়িবিড়ি তস্ত হয়ে গেছে.
In another village, Noakhali, the story remains unchanged. People wade through the flood water. Their daily lives upended by the rising waters.
বলে রান্না বান্না করতে পারে না আর আমরা কি করেন কোনটা করেন কোনটা কমই যান এখন অনেক লোক মনে করে বাসা বাড়ি ছাড়িয়ে মনে করে বাসা ভাড়া চলে যাইতেছে পরিস্থিতি মনে করে ভয়াবহ খারাপ.
Rescue teams are navigating the treacherous conditions to assist those in need. Look how many try to salvage their belongings from inundated homes. Efforts are underway to provide aid, but the challenges are immense. Communication is cut off in many areas, complicating rescue efforts and leaving many stranded without help. Meanwhile, in India, India's meteorological department issued a red alert in Tripura, forcing authorities to announce a 2-day closure of schools after heavy rains inundated several regions, including the state's capital, Agartala.
कल पूरा दिन इतना बारिश हुआ, इस बारिश के कारण ये हमारा जो मेन रिवर है अगरतला का हावड़ा रिवर वो पूरा तरीके से भर गया है और ये ओवरफ्लो होके वो आसपास वाले इलाके को पूरा फ्लडेड कर दिया।
স্কুলের আমরা সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছি এখানে যেতে পারছি না, ন্যাশনাল হাইওয়ে একদম ব্লক, জলে আটকে আছে। এরকম তো আমরা এতদিন চাকরি করছি কোনোদিন এরকম দেখিনি। আজকে জলের যে স্পিড तो अटके आची चेष्टा করছিলাম একটু যেতে, একটু গিয়ে আবার ফিরে এসেছি।
कई जगहों पे रिलीफ कैंप शुरू किए गए हैं और एसडीआरएफ की टीम की मदद से इवैक्यूएशन भी चल रहे हैं। एटलीस्ट 9 जगहों पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं जिसमें बोट्स का भी इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
Bangladesh has accused India of causing the disaster by releasing water from a river dam, though India has denied these claims. The monsoon rains have brought devastation across South Asia, and the struggle to recover is just beginning. India and Bangladesh share 54 common rivers that flow from the Himalayas to the Bay of Bengal. Flood waters have stranded hundreds of thousands of people in India's northeast and neighboring Bangladesh's eastern region, causing at least 15 deaths. With water levels still rising, the situation remains critical for those affected.
And here's an exclusive for Republic TV. India is currently undergoing rapid transformation and experiencing substantial progress across all sectors. This incredible change is being fueled by dedicated individuals working at the grassroots level, making a profound impact on the lives of millions of people every day. Republic TV is proud to acknowledge and commemorate the selfless individuals who have made extraordinary contributions in 5 distinct categories. Join us for the prestigious event Heroes of Change Awards 2024, presented by Ravin exclusively on Republic TV.
The Central Bureau of Investigation is going to perform polygraph test, which is the lie detector test on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata rape case, while also 4 others will be questioned in the lie detector test. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Говорили сьогодні роботу з партнерами щодо ППО нових систем для України. Ми готуємо посилення. Була доповідь головкома Сирського. Фронт. Оборона на Покровському, Торецькому напрямках. Важка ситуація, але хлопці роблять все, щоб знищувати окупанта.
звичайно, засмучує. Рахуйте, ця війна тягнеться ще з 14-го року, не тільки оце з 22-го. І, звичайно, буде шкода, якщо прийдеться повністю, умовно, здати Донецьку область. Це не один рік хлопці гинули за неї.
Trouble continues for Byju's as the Supreme Court has denied a stay on the Committee of Creditors' meeting, allowing the insolvency proceedings against the edtech giant to move forward. The court rejected Byju's appeal, which argued the formation of the committee was unfair and lacked prior approval.
Trouble mounts for Byju's as the Supreme Court has refused to stay the Committee of Creditors meeting. This paves the way for the continued insolvency proceedings against India's troubled edtech giant. The Supreme Court dismissed the appeal made by senior advocate A.M. Singhvi, who represents Byju's. Singhvi argued that the Committee of Creditors was formed without the court's prior approval and described the process as unfair. He suggested that the COC could have been constituted with the court's consent the following day. Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, also urged the bench to stay the COC meeting, expressing concerns that the current setup could lead to an imbalance of power in the proceedings. Meanwhile, Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, emphasized that the court's primary focus was to assess the merits of the lender's appeal before reaching a final decision. He stated that the thorough review of the appeal was necessary before making any further rulings. The proceeding against Byju's commenced following the National Company Law Tribunal's order on June 16th. After the edtech firm defaulted on a Rs 158 crore payment to the Board of Control for Cricket in India related to sponsorship. As the proceedings continue, the future of Byju's remains uncertain, with the court's decision potentially shaping the outcome of this high-profile insolvency case.
The Central Bureau of Investigation is going to perform polygraph test, which is the lie detector test, on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata rape case, while also 4 others will be questioned in the lie detector test. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
This is not an era of war. Well, this was Prime Minister's message during his two-day visit to Poland. We'll get you our special coverage. A very good morning. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Big update in the Kolkata horror probe. CBI to conduct polygraph test of Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors. After holding key bilateral talks in Warsaw, Prime Minister Modi to arrive in Kiev today and hold one-on-one talks as well as delegation-level talks in Ukraine. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh in Washington, D.C. to hold bilateral with his counterpart, U.S. Secretary of State Lloyd Austin. Assembly polls are around the corner and former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren has said that he will announce his party and will reveal everything in a week's time. Congress and NC forge alliance for the upcoming J&K Assembly polls.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And Prime Minister Modi is walking a diplomatic tightrope as he is set to visit Ukraine today. It's going to be a brief, focused 7-hour visit to Ukraine, during which he will hold one-on-one talks with his counterpart, President Zelensky. Not just that, the visit is significant given that it remains to be seen whether India manages to play the role of a mediator in the Russia-Ukraine war that rages on for over 2 years now.
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent visit to Poland, he is all set to meet Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Modi's visit to Ukraine is primarily aimed at facilitating peace talks, reflecting India's push for a resolution amidst escalating tensions. His recent call for a return to peace highlights the urgency of his mission as he prepares for this significant engagement in Ukraine. With the war intensifying, Modi's stance remains clear. This is not the time for war. India has long been a proponent of peace, and Modi's current efforts align with this enduring commitment. During his visit to Poland, the Prime Minister once again emphasized the need for peace amidst the ongoing conflict.
साथियों, भारत बुद्ध की विरासत वाली धरती है। और जब बुद्ध की बात आती है तो जो युद्ध नहीं, शांति पर विश्वास करती है। और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है, ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
This message was reinforced during his visit to Russia, where he directly urged President Vladimir Putin, saying, "Today's era is not of war."
एक्सेलेंसी, एक मित्र के नाते मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए शांति सर्वाधिक आवश्यक है। लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि युद्ध के मैदान में समाधान संभव नहीं होते। बम, बंदूक और गोलियों के बीच समाधान और शांति वार्ताएं सफल नहीं होती हैं और हमने वार्ता के माध्यम से ही शांति के रास्ते अपनाने होंगे।
India's foreign policy, rooted in promoting global peace, continues to garner respect on the international stage. Let's not forget, 2 years ago, in his address to the US Congress, Modi reiterated the need for peace in times of global unrest.
As I have said directly and publicly, this is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter. Peaceful resolution of disputes and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity.
As Modi's diplomatic endeavors progress, they could be pivotal in shaping future negotiations and reinforcing India's role as a global leader.
And joining us on the broadcast is Alok Bansal, Foreign Affairs expert. A very good morning to you. A pointed question, do you think a resolution is in sight before Ukraine essentially joins the NATO? One, and what do you think is going to be India's role? Do you think Prime Minister can play the role of a mediator between Russia and Ukraine? Because so far this has essentially not happened in the last 2 years. All right, we'll just try and connect with Mr. Bansal. There seems to be...
Sorry, I just wanted to say that the basic purpose of Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine is to broker up peace between the two warring sides. And I think today, both the sides realize that India could be an honest broker. And both sides are actually suffering the consequences of this long-drawn conflict. Both Russia and Ukraine are facing the crunch and would like to come to a peaceful solution. But they want a fig leaf to give them a veneer of respectability where they feel that they have actually not backed down. And India has to offer that solution. I think Prime Minister spoke to President Putin 6 weeks ago. He was in Russia. He has met President Zelensky since then, and he's actually now heading to Ukraine. So there should be something. However, it will take a long time. Please understand, because he has heard what the Russians want. Now he will probably listen what the Ukrainians want. And then it will take some amount of negotiations to bring the two sides to a position which is common. It's not going to be easy, but it is definitely something which we must attempt. India has, in the 50s, tried to broker peaceful solutions between Vietnam and Korea. Unfortunately, after the 50s, we have gone into a foreign policy which was isolationist, which did not want to take initiative. It was more reactive rather than proactive. Now, this approach of Prime Minister Modi is immensely praiseworthy, and actually it will position India on the global arena as a firm and a very, very important player on the global issues, irrespective of what happens. And yes, I think that's very, very nice, and I think that's the right approach to take.
All right, Mr. Bansal, needless to say, it's a diplomatic tightrope for the country. We will have to leave it at that. Appreciate you speaking to us and joining us on the broadcast. For now, let's cut across to US Vice President Kamala Harris, who's speaking at the Democratic National Convention.
A trail about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I was on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. Fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. To a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family for 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand,
And a quick check of the headlines. Big update in Kolkata rape and murder. Central Bureau of Investigation to conduct lie detector test of Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and 4 doctors. After holding key bilateral talks in Poland, Prime Minister Modi set to arrive in Kiev, slated to hold meet with President Zelensky. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh in Washington, D.C. to hold bilateral talks with his counterpart, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. The assembly polls are around the corner in Jharkhand. Chief Minister Champai Soren has, the former Chief Minister Champai Soren has said that he will announce his new party in a week's time. Congress and NC forged alliance ahead of the upcoming J&K assembly elections. And we begin with our top story this morning. After concluding his power-packed 2-day visit to Poland, Prime Minister Modi is all set to travel to Kiev, the Ukraine capital city. In fact, during his 7-hour stay in Kiev, Prime Minister Modi will hold talks with President Zelensky and even hold delegation-level talks. A very significant visit, given that this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 30 years. We have Patikrit Pen and Robinder Sachdeva joining us on the broadcast. A very good morning to you both. Let's begin with Patikrit Pen also, who's joining us. I believe he's joined us live right now. Patikrit Pen, the first very obvious question: how do you see India's role going forward? Do you think India can play the role of a mediator, given that the mediation hasn't happened for the last 2 years between Ukraine and Russia?
Good morning. First of all, my surname is Pine, not Pain. Secondly, yes, these are difficult times. It's a very crucial visit of Prime Minister Modi. India is trying its best in terms of sending out the message that this is not an era of war. But whether the mediation happens or not depends on both the sides. We must remember this is not a war which is happening between Russia and Ukraine. This is a war which is happening between Russia and NATO. So I don't think there is too much leverage in the hand of Zelensky on his own to stop the war. We must remember in 2022, when the war started, barely a few days after that, there were initiatives taken by both Russia and Ukraine to go for a ceasefire. Unfortunately, that was stopped by certain major powerhouses in the Western hemisphere. So this visit is crucial from many aspects, including the fact that there are very critical warships that India has of Russian origin, whose engines essentially for a long time had been coming from Ukraine, especially from a company called Zoria Marsh Proact. Also, there are major aircrafts in Indian Air Force, like the AN-32, whose origin has been in Ukraine. So its overhaul repair is also a critical aspect and upgradation. So from India's perspective, to sending out a message of strategic autonomy and to say that we are essentially on the side of peace and negotiation, and we believe in junking the whole concept of war, I think it's a great move ahead. But whether it would lead to any kind of negotiation, whether it would lead to a situation where the war stops, I have my own doubts, because I still believe that war has barely started escalating, and by the next 2 years it's going to be even more worse than what it is today. However, from India's perspective, considering the fact that India is also the voice of the global south today, any kind of conflict situation or sanctions associated with it does lead to a situation where the prices of critical commodities go up. And essentially, as a result of that, smaller countries, developing countries suffer. India is doing its part. Whether it leads to negotiations or stoppage of war, that's another issue we have to wait and watch.
Yes, Mr. Penn, let's take the same point across to Robinder Sachdeva also. Mr. Sachdeva, do you think that either Russia or Ukraine could give up the disputed territories before Ukraine essentially becomes a part of the NATO? And what do you think is going to be the role of US when it comes to not just the military support, but handling the diplomatic situation between Russia and Ukraine?
Thank you so much. Good morning to you and the viewers. Nobody is going to give up any territory.
Yes.
Absolutely. They're very, not only slim, virtually zero chances if I were to go out and speculate, right? The role of US in the peace process, whenever it starts rolling, whatever it end up as be it a ceasefire or a pause or a frozen war or an armistice. We just do not know. But the role of the US will be absolutely critical. I mean, there are essentially two players here, or let's say 2.5 players. Ukraine also counts what it wants, right? But essentially, it's America and Russia, and the half, I would say, is Ukraine. So that being there. Now, as far as India's role and this particular visit of Prime Minister Modi is concerned, I look at it as, it's like laying a foundation on two fronts. One, the foundation for participating in a peace process whenever that process unfolds. See, no one country alone will be able to bring about a resolution of this conflict. In fact, even America alone will not be able to. It will be a bunch of countries, 3-4 countries. Meetings will be held in separate world capitals, could be London, Switzerland, Turkey, maybe why not India also. There'll be a bunch of these kind of meetings going around and various, formulas tossed around before some kind of a resolution to this conflict will emerge. So right now, what India is positioned as, of course, as a voice of the middle path in the world, as a voice with a legacy of Gandhi, non-violence and common sense, India is positioned in that sense, right? And a heavyweight in world affairs. So whenever the time comes, be it in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, when the peace discussions start, at that point of time, I do think that India's role will become one of the contributory or one of the participants in this entire process. So we are laying the foundation of that process. And the world is understanding that foundation, right? Now, one timeline with respect to this whole, the conflict, which would be, I would say, is the American elections of the president in January, when the elections, are concluded. If Donald Trump wins, he claims he'll stop it within 24 hours. We do not know. But even if Kamala Harris comes, there will be a revision of American foreign policy. So that could be some timeline to see. So around that time, or maybe spring, summer would be one. The second foundation, quickly, which we are laying in this is for business in the post-war construction of Ukraine. That will be a huge business. Over 800 billion to 1.3 trillion is the estimate by various financial institutions, the World Bank, that would be the money which would be needed for the reconstruction of Ukraine, roads, bridges, power plants, power projects, water plants, sanitation, everything has been shattered there. So that would be a huge business opportunity, if we were to say. So we are laying the foundation for participating in that business also.
Yes. Mr. Robinder Sachdeva and Patikre Pen, we'll have to leave it at that. But all said and done, the question that is hovering on everybody's mind is what is exactly the end game of all this, given that hundreds and thousands of innocent lives have been lost in this ongoing conflict. Let's now switch focus to what's happening in the Middle East. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has intensified with a heavy shelling that was exchanged across the Israel-Lebanon border. In fact, villagers were caught in the crossfire as large plumes of smoke rose from the Qiyam town, heavily targeted by the Israeli forces.
Heavy shelling took place between Israeli forces and Hezbollah in villages along the Israeli-Lebanon border. Large plumes of smoke rose in Qiyam town following Israeli shelling. The town has been heavily targeted by Israeli forces. Hezbollah announced that in retaliation for Israeli strikes on southern villages, they targeted buildings used by Israeli soldiers in Metula with precise weaponry. The ongoing conflict has seen daily exchanges of fire for over 10 months amid Israel's war against Hamas. These clashes have resulted in over 500 fatalities in Lebanon. Around 100 civilians, 23 soldiers, and 26 civilians in Israel have died. The exchange of fire between Israel and Hezbollah continues to escalate, contributing to a mounting death toll and heightened tensions in the region.
Now, the first World Food Programme aid trucks have finally crossed into the embattled Dufka region of Sudan, which has brought much needed critical relief to the communities on the brink of famine in the region. In fact, the border had been closed for 6 months' time by Sudan's governing council, which is led by top militant generals, which has forced the World Food Programme to use long and dangerous routes that cross battlefront lines and through areas that are currently controlled by the military groups.
In a massive relief to the war-torn and famine-struck region of Sudan, a convoy of World Food Programme aid trucks successfully crossed the Adda border from Chad into Sudan's Darfur region. For 6 months, this border remained closed under orders from Sudan's ruling military council, forcing humanitarian agencies to take perilous detours through conflict zones.
These trucks are the first in months to cross from Chad into Sudan at the Adre border post. And this is a very good news because this corridor is the easiest and the fastest for humanitarian aid to reach populations in critical need in Darfur.
Sudan has spiraled into chaos since April last year, when fighting erupted between the military and the rapid support forces. Over 25 million people, both within Sudan and those fleeing the conflict, are now on the brink of starvation. The United Nations reports that the brutal conflict has claimed over 14,000 lives and injured 33,000 more, though activists fear the true toll may be far higher. As aid finally reaches the desperate communities of Darfur, this relief brings a glimmer of hope in a nation torn apart by war. While the reopening of the Adda border marks a crucial breakthrough, the humanitarian crisis in Sudan is far from over. With millions still in need of urgent assistance, the world watches as Sudan teeters on the brink of famine.
Now, news from Pakistan. A Lahore court has extended the detention of a suspect who is accused of spreading misinformation that led to violent riots in UK earlier this month. This is the person Farhan Asif, a freelance web developer who faces charges of cyber terrorism after allegedly sharing false information that inflamed tensions in the region and sparked attacks as well. The accused appeared in court on Thursday amid tight security measures which were in place, with the court granting an additional 4 days of custody for further questioning by the Federal Investigation Agency.
A Lahore court has decided to extend the detention of Farhan Asif, a 32-year-old freelance web developer. Asif is at the center of a case that has drawn international attention after he allegedly spread misinformation leading to riots in the United Kingdom. The Federal Investigation Agency had requested a 2-week extension to question Asif. However, the court granted them only 4 days. The decision follows a previous court order that had already allowed the FIA to question Asif for 1 day. Rana Rizwan, Asif's lawyer, expressed frustration, stating that the court's decision was rushed and unlawful.
This case is about cybercrime. Our client Farhan Asif, which is charged under Section 9 and 10A of PICA Act 2016. Proceeding was very poor because in our absence, Judge Sahab given 4-day remand to FIA, which is very unlawful. Our client is very innocent and normal citizen of Pakistan. He unintentionally shared a tweet news of X account, which is channel of UK.
Asif was arrested from his house in Lahore and has been accused of sharing false information about a stabbing attack in northwest England. This misinformation claimed that the suspect in the attack was an asylum seeker, which further fueled attacks on a mosque. Asif remains in custody as investigations continue.
And in news from Bangladesh, flood waters have wrought havoc across northeastern India and eastern Bangladesh as well, which has left 15 people dead and thousands displaced as the water continues to rise. Rescuers are struggling to reach those in need. Take a look at this report, which has details of the situation in Bangladesh cities.
Relentless floodwaters have transformed villages into submerged wastelands. These are the visuals from Bangladesh. Sudden breach of a dam has sent torrents of water streaming through homes and fields, leaving destruction in its wake. Listen into this villager from Habiganj describe the dire situation.
পুষ্মিতে মাছ আছিল সব চলে গেছে বন্যার বাড়ির লোকে অনেক ঘর ঘর দুয়ার তো হয়ে গেছে রাস্তাঘাট সব ছিড়িবিড়ি তস্ত হয়ে গেছে
In another village, Noakhali, the story remains unchanged. People wade through the floodwater, their daily lives upended by the rising waters.
বলে রান্না বান্না করতে পারে না এখন আমরা কি করেন কোনটা কোনমুই যান এখন অনেক লোক মনে করে বাসা বাড়ি ছাড়িয়ে মনে করে বাসা ভাড়া চলে যাইতেছে পরিস্থিতি মনে করে ভয়াবহ খারাপ
Rescue teams are navigating the treacherous conditions to assist those in need. Look how many try to salvage their belongings from inundated homes. Efforts are underway to provide aid, but the challenges are immense. Communication is cut off in many areas, complicating rescue efforts and leaving many stranded without help. Meanwhile, in India, India's meteorological department issued a red alert in Tripura, forcing authorities to announce a 2-day closure of schools after heavy rains inundated several regions, including the state's capital, Agartala.
कल पूरा दिन इतना बारिश हुआ, इस बारिश के कारण ये हमारा जो मेन रिवर है अगरतला का हावड़ा रिवर वो पूरा तरीके से भर गया है और ये ओवरफ्लो होके वो आसपास वाले इलाके को पूरा फ्लडेड कर दिया।
স্কুলের আমরা সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছি এখানে যেতে পারছি না ন্যাশনাল হাইওয়ে একদম ব্লক জলে আটকে আছে এরকম তো আমরা এতদিন চাকরি করছি কোনোদিন এরকম দেখিনি আজকে জলের যে স্পিড तो अटके आची चेष्टा करছিলাম একটু যেতে একটু গিয়ে আবার ফিরে এসেছি
कई जगहों पे रिलीफ कैंप शुरू किए गए हैं और एसडीआरएफ की टीम की मदद से इवैक्यूएशन भी चल रहे हैं एटलीस्ट 9 जगहों पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं जिसमें बोट्स का भी इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है
Bangladesh has accused India of causing the disaster by releasing water from a river dam, though India has denied these claims. The monsoon rains have brought devastation across South Asia, and the struggle to recover is just beginning. India and Bangladesh share 54 common rivers that flow from the Himalayas to the Bay of Bengal. Flood waters have stranded hundreds of thousands of people in India's northeast and neighboring Bangladesh's eastern region, causing at least 15 deaths. With water levels still rising, the situation remains critical for those affected.
Well, in an unfortunate incident which took near about 17 lives and 33 still undergoing treatment at Achutapuram's Special Economic Zone, where a recreator blast had taken place at this very pharma company here in Achutapuram's Special Economic Zone. Well, now the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu have visited the injured and also he has visited the site where the incident has taken place. That's this place. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Two days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember,
And in business news that we are tracking, trouble continues to mount for the Byju's as top court has denied a stay on the Committee of Creditors meeting, allowing insolvency proceedings against Byju's, the edtech giant, to move forward. In fact, the court even rejected Byju's appeal, which argued the formation of the committee which was unfair and lacked prior approval.
Trouble mounts for Byju's as the Supreme Court has refused to stay the Committee of Creditors meeting. This paves the way for the continued insolvency proceedings against India's troubled edtech giant. The Supreme Court dismissed the appeal made by senior advocate A.M. Singhvi, who represents Byju's. Singhvi argued that the Committee of Creditors was formed without the court's prior approval and described the process as unfair. He suggested that the COC could have been constituted with the court's consent the following day. Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, also urged the bench to stay the COC meeting, expressing concerns that the current setup could lead to an imbalance of power in the proceedings. Meanwhile, Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, emphasized that the court's primary focus was to assess the merits of the lender's appeal before reaching a final decision. He stated that a thorough review of the appeal was necessary before making any further rulings. The proceeding against Byju's commenced following the National Company Law Tribunal's order on June 16th. After the edtech firm defaulted on a Rs 158 crore payment to the Board of Control for Cricket in India related to sponsorship. As the proceedings continue, the future of Byju's remains uncertain, with the court's decision potentially shaping the outcome of this high-profile insolvency case.
The Central Bureau of Investigation is going to perform polygraph test, which is the lie detector test on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata rape case, while also 4 others will be questioned in the lie detector test. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
वो मिस्टर विकास की फाइल आप पॉलिसी बाजार। मैम, आपका हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है। अब आप सर को घर ले जा सकती हैं।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Ever wondered why this long metro line was built? It's just so Papa can reach home early to have his kids jump into his arms with joy. At Ultratech, India's #1 cement, we believe as India builds, India grows.
अरे आई हैव टू लीव, बैंक में एक छोटा सा काम है। अरे भाई साहब, आजकल छोटे छोटे काम के लिए बैंक कौन जाता है? मैं। You have any problem? भाई, मुझे नहीं, आपको बार बार बैंक जाना पड़ता है ना। अब हम जहाँ, बैंक वहाँ। IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक होगा तो मोर मिलेगा।
बालकनी
सेम है,
ड्राइंग रूम
भी सेम है,
किचन एरिया
सेम है।
हमने लिए 90 लाख में, आपने लिए 80 लाख में।
ये सेम क्यों नहीं? क्योंकि आपके और हमारे होम सर्च ऐप सेम नहीं है। जानिए प्राइस ट्रेंड्स और सही ट्रांजैक्शन प्राइसेस ऑन 99acres.com। घर लेना हो या बेचना, 99 acres से ही पूछना।
Just came around to say hello. One, I'm so fly. You took a nosedive. Careful when you play on my level. For you it's so. Hey, hello.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra. Flip the script.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And India to mark its first National Space Day today in honor of the Chandrayaan 3's mission, successful landing on the moon's southern polar region last year. This feat made India the fourth country to land the moon and the first to do so near the lunar south pole. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. When we come back, our special coverage to continue as Prime Minister Modi is set to meet Zelensky today in his 7-hour visit to Ukraine.
The Central Bureau of Investigation is going to perform polygraph test, which is the lie detector test on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata rape case, while also 4 others will be questioned in the lie detector test. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Giving to the future generation. If such atrocities will be done on doctors, then no one will want to opt for this profession in future. So please come and support us and build a better, safe place for doctors to work.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome to today's updates from Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Das and I'll be taking you through the updates. The big update coming in is with the Kolkata horror probe, where Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other trainee doctors will undergo a polygraph test, the CBI has stated. We'll be bringing you the updates.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Big update in the Kolkata horror probe. CBI to conduct polygraph tests of Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other trainee doctors. This is after holding key bilateral talks in Warsaw, Prime Minister Modi to arrive in Kiev and has started to meet and is slated to meet President Volodymyr Zelensky later in the day. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has arrived in Washington, D.C. to hold key bilateral meet with his counterpart, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. The assembly polls are around the corner, and former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren has said that he will announce his party and will reveal everything within a week. Congress and NC have formed an alliance for the upcoming J&K assembly polls.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Starting with the junior doctors at state-run hospitals in West Bengal, who have announced that they will continue their strike. The protest against the gang rape and murder of a postgraduate trainee at the RG Kar Medical College. Despite the Supreme Court's appeal for doctors to resume work, citing the justice and medicine cannot be halted, the agitating doctors insist on continuing their cease work until justice is delivered. Healthcare services across the state remain disrupted as the strike enters its 14th day. The doctors continue to protest in Kolkata and impacting the patients in the state even after the Supreme Court asked them to stop with the protests to protect the interests of the healthcare system in the country. Viewers, we have Jatin joining us live from Kolkata. Jatin, could you tell us what are the latest developments? Because as far as we understand, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other trainee doctors will undergo a polygraph test. The CBI has stated that already. So what are the updates? Because the doctors are also continuing with their protests. So what are the developments from the ground level as of we speak?
बिल्कुल देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कल डॉक्टर्स को ये एक तरीके से एक बोला कि आप लोग अपनी स्ट्राइक जो है वापस कर लीजिए, हम इसको लेकर एक अलग पोर्टल बना रहे हैं जिस पर आप अपने सुझाव दे सकते हैं। स्पेशल टास्क फोर्स बना दी गई है 8 डॉक्टर्स को मिलाकर, वो आपकी सेफ्टी को इंश्योर करेंगे। आरजी कर मेडिकल अस्पताल को सीआईएसएफ के हवाले कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जो जूनियर्स डॉक्टर्स हैं वो अपनी स्ट्राइक कॉल ऑफ नहीं करना चाहते। उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अमूमन इस तरीके की बातें की जाती हैं लेकिन उसके बाद नतीजा कुछ नहीं निकलता, सिर्फ एक कमेटी बनकर रह जाती है। वो चाह रहे हैं कि उनको एक कॉन्क्रीट सॉल्यूशन मिले और इन्हीं मुद्दों को लेकर वो लगातार अभी भी अपना जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो आरजी कर मेडिकल कॉलेज में चल रहा है। और सिर्फ कोलकाता में सिर्फ आरजी कर मेडिकल कॉलेज नहीं, दूसरे जितने भी चाहे वो कॉलेजेस हों, हॉस्पिटल्स हों, सरकारी हॉस्पिटल्स हों, वहां सभी पर जो जूनियर्स डॉक्टर्स हैं वो इसी तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए आपको आने वाले दिनों में भी नजर आएंगे। इनकी मांग स्पेशल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट को लेकर तो है ही, साथ ही जो पूर्व प्रिंसिपल संदीप घोष है उसकी गिरफ्तारी अभी तक क्यों नहीं की गई है, इसको लेकर भी जूनियर्स डॉक्टर्स में काफी गुस्सा है। उनका कहना है कि सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले में इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो कर रही है लेकिन अभी तक कॉन्क्रीट कुछ निकल कर नहीं आया। ये समझ नहीं आ पा रहा है कि क्या सिर्फ संजय राय ने ही ये पूरा इंसिडेंट किया या इसके अलावा कुछ और लोग भी शामिल हैं। सीबीआई इंक्वायरी से खुश है, भरोसा है कि सीबीआई जांच कर रही है तो कुछ निर्णय निकलेगा, लेकिन अभी तक 9 दिन सीबीआई इंक्वायरी को हो चुके हैं लेकिन कुछ कॉन्क्रीट नहीं निकला और यही सारे सवाल जूनियर डॉक्टर्स के मन में है और इन्हीं वजहों से वो अपनी जो स्ट्राइक है वो कॉल ऑफ नहीं कर रहे हैं। हालांकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला कि आप लोग ज़रूरी हैं हेल्थ सिस्टम के लिए, तो आप अपनी जो स्ट्राइक है वो कॉल ऑफ कीजिए। उन्होंने एम्स का एग्जाम्पल भी दिया कि कैसे महीनों के लिए जो पेशेंट्स हैं वो वेट करते हैं, लेकिन आप लोग अगर काम पर नहीं लौटेंगे तो हेल्थ सिस्टम कोलैप्स कर सकता है। लेकिन जूनियर डॉक्टर का साफ तौर पर कहना है जब तक उनकी डिमांड्स नहीं मानी जाएगी, कार्रवाई नहीं होगी, स्पेशल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट जो है वो नहीं मिलेगा, तब तक वो इस तरीके से अपना जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो खत्म नहीं करेंगे। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Jatin, can you hear her? Okay. Jatin, I request you to stay online. We have a couple of questions related to the protest as well. Amid the continuing strike in Kolkata, FIMA has announced that following a request from the Chief Justice of India to prioritize public welfare, doctors have decided to resume OPD, emergency and elective services nationwide. The protest against the gang rape and murder of a colleague will continue in a different form, but all resident doctors are urged to return to work for the patients' welfare. Let's listen in to a reaction coming in on this.
पब्लिक वेलफेयर को देखते हुए, पेशेंट वेलफेयर को देखते हुए स्ट्राइक को वापस लेने के लिए हमसे कहा गया था और हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट की इस बात को मानते हैं और हम सब लोगों ने एक पैन इंडिया नेशनल मीटिंग करके सभी लोगों ने अपना एक ये मंतव्य व्यक्त किया है कि अब समय आ गया है कि हम अपना जो ओपीडी और इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज और इलेक्टिव सर्विसेज सबको चालू करें। हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चलता रहेगा, प्रोटेस्ट का फॉर्म अलग होगा, प्रोटेस्ट अब ब्लैक बैंडेज प्रोटेस्ट, ऑनलाइन प्रोटेस्ट, इन तरह के प्रोटेस्ट मार्च और चलते रहेंगे, लेकिन ओपीडी के सर्विसेज और मरीजों से लेकर के मरीजों के हित के सारे काम के जो सर्विसेज हमने रोके थे, हम आग्रह करते हैं अपने सभी भाइयों से, रेजिडेंट भाइयों और बहनों से कि वो फिर से अपने काम पर लौट जाएं।
The Central Bureau of Investigation has been granted permission to conduct a polygraph test on Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and 4 trainee doctors in the Arjikar gang rape and murder case. This comes as a big development for the central agency just a day after the Supreme Court of India heavily came down on the Mamata government and her administration for mishandling the case. The Supreme Court has criticized the Kolkata police for a disturbing 14-hour delay in registering the case and directed both the central and state governments to ensure the safety of healthcare professionals across the country. Viewers, we have Jatin joining us live from Kolkata. Jatin, could you tell us, as the students continue to protest amid the raising concerns of not only safety for women but also the healthcare professionals, what does the timeline look like to you as you speak to the students who are protesting, as despite the Supreme Court giving a ruling that they should probably start the operations?
आज बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर आप कोलकाता की आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज की बात कर रहे हैं तो यहाँ पर जो स्ट्राइक है वो खत्म होने वाली नहीं है। स्टूडेंट्स ने साफ तौर पर बोल दिया और जूनियर डॉक्टर्स ने साफ तौर पर बोल दिया जब तक कुछ कॉन्क्रीट नहीं निकलेगा तब तक वो इसी तरीके से अपना जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो जारी रखेंगे। गुस्सा अपनी मांगों को लेकर, सेफ्टी को लेकर, सेंट्रल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट को लेकर है कि वो हमें दिया जाए, उसके बाद हम विचार करेंगे कि आगे हमें क्या कुछ करना है। लेकिन एक तरफ गुस्सा पूर्व प्रिंसिपल संदीप घोष को लेकर भी है। सीबीआई ने अभी तक कुछ कॉन्क्रीट नहीं दिया है। क्या सिर्फ संजय राय था, कुछ और लोग थे, इसको लेकर क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं आया। इसको लेकर भी स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में एक सवाल है और यही कारण है कि अभी तक स्ट्राइक कॉल ऑफ नहीं किया गया। लेकिन आपको डेवलपमेंट इस केस का बता दें तो सीबीआई ने पूर्व प्रिंसिपल संदीप घोष और विक्टिम के जो 4 दोस्त हैं जिसके साथ डिनर किया था रात को 11 बजे इंसिडेंट वाले दिन, इन 5 लोगों के पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट कराने की जो परमिशन है कल सियालदा कोर्ट जो कि कोलकाता में वहां से ले ली गई है। इन 5 को फिजिकली शाम को पेश किया गया था जज के सामने, कंसेंट फॉर्म जो है वो साइन कराया गया और आज संभवतः बताया जा रहा है कि दोपहर बाद इसका जो प्रोसेस है वो शुरू किया जाएगा। पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट को लेकर सबसे पहले मेडिकल कराया जाता है और उसके बाद डॉक्टरों की निगरानी में जो टेस्ट है वो कंडक्ट किया जाएगा। 5 से अलग अलग सवाल जवाब जो है वो किए जाएंगे। हालांकि इसकी जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, इसको लेकर भी काफी सारी थ्योरीज हैं। कल जिस तरीके से सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सीबीआई ने बताया कि काफी सबूत टेम्पर थे, जो हम पूछताछ कर रहे हैं वो एक स्क्रिप्ट की तरह है, रटी रटाई बातें लोग करते नजर आ रहे हैं। लेकिन अगर इसमें कुछ अलग निकालना है तो उसके लिए पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट कराने की बहुत जरूरत है और यही कारण है कि संदीप घोष घोष को लेकर, उनके करप्शन को लेकर, उनकी मूवमेंट को लेकर 8 तारीख की रात से लेकर और सुबह 9 तारीख को 10 बजे तक की उनकी मूवमेंट क्या थी, ये जानने के लिए पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट कराना बहुत ज़रूरी है। पॉलीग्राफ एक तरीके से लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट भी होता है, हालांकि ये कोर्ट में एडमिसेबल नहीं है, लेकिन एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर एक डायरेक्शन इस पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट के बाद ज़रूर सीबीआई को मिलेगी। और यही कारण है कि संदीप घोष, 4 वो दोस्त जो कि उस समय उस आखिरी बार मृतिका के साथ मौजूद थे, डिनर उन्होंने किया था, क्या कुछ उन्होंने देखा, क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या सिर्फ ये रेप और हत्या का मामला है या इसके पीछे कोई कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, संजय राय अकेला है या संजय राय को प्लांट किया गया है, तमाम ऐसे सवाल हैं, अलग अलग थ्योरीज पर सीबीआई काम कर रही है। और यही रीजन है कि पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट के जरिए एक डायरेक्शन सीबीआई को मिलेगी। इसी उम्मीद से आज दोपहर या शाम तक ये पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट का जो प्रोसेस है वो शुरू करवा दिया जाएगा। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Jatin, I have a quick question as we want you online for another round. You mentioned the polygraph test, right? The validity of it obviously has been questioned by a lot of professionals as well. So given the timeline and that it will not be admissible in court, what value will the polygraph test help with the probe that's underway from the CBI's perspective?
आज बिल्कुल देखिए, पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट कोर्ट में एडमिसेबल नहीं है, इसको आप सबूतों के तौर पर भी प्रोजेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन इसका करवाने का मतलब सिर्फ ये है कि कुछ ऐसी बातें जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अमूमन आदमी नहीं बोलता, लेकिन जब लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट किया जाता है तो उसके जरिए सीबीआई को एक डायरेक्शन मिल जाएगी कि हम इस डायरेक्शन में भी काम कर सकते हैं और सीबीआई जांच इस और आगे भी बढ़ सकती है। ज़रूरत इसलिए है क्योंकि संजय राय को जब भी कोई सवाल पूछा जा रहा है तो हर बार वो एक ही जैसा सवाल का जवाब है वो दे रहा है, तो सीबीआई को ये डाउट है कि कहीं ये स्क्रिप्ट तो नहीं है कि इसी सवाल का यही जवाब देना है, इसके पीछे कुछ छुपाने की कोशिश तो नहीं की जा रही। यही कारण है कि इस संजय राय का एक तरीके से संदीप घोष का जो पूर्व प्रिंसिपल है उनका पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट जो है वो करवाया जाएगा। लेकिन जो 4 दोस्त हैं वो इस लिहाज से महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि वो 4 दोस्त आखिरी बार उन्होंने विक्टिम को देखा, खाना खाया, बातें की, क्या कुछ ऐसा था जो वो छुपा रहे हैं। स्कूल और कॉलेज को लेकर काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें ऐसी सामने आ रही थी जो कि सवालों के घेरों में हैं। सवाल ये भी खड़े हो रहे थे कि काफ़ी सारे रैकेट्स उसके अंदर चलते थे, विक्टिम को इस बारे में जानकारी थी, उसके बाद विक्टिम को क्या टारगेट करके इस तरीके से रेप और फिर हत्या किया गया, इन सवालों के जवाब भी सीबीआई को खंगालने हैं। और यही कारण है कि पूर्व प्रिंसिपल का पॉलीग्राफी टेस्ट कराया जाएगा ताकि स्कूल से जुड़े सवाल उनसे पूछे जाए, अगर वो कुछ छुपा रहे हैं तो उससे क्लियरिटी मिलेगी और सीबीआई उस मामले में आगे जांच करेगी। चारों जो दोस्त हैं उसके उनसे ही पूछताछ की जाएगी, पॉलीग्राफी टेस्ट के जरिए उनसे भी सवाल जवाब किए जाएंगे, उनसे भी पूछा जाएगा कि किन बातों को लेकर वो अक्सर बात किया करती थी, जो जली हुई फटी हुई डायरी मिली है उसको लेकर तमाम सवाल जवाब है वो किए जाएंगे, क्या वो लिखती थी, नहीं लिखती थी, क्या कुछ चीज़ें थी, आपको अपनी पर्सनल लाइफ के बारे में क्या बताती थी, संजय राय को लेकर आप लोग क्या जानते हैं। तो ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल होंगे जिसके बाद ही जो एक तरीके से सीबीआई जांच है वो एक अलग डायरेक्शन में पहुंच पाएगी। इसीलिए कोर्ट का रुख किया गया ताकि जो चीज़ छुप रही है उसको भी इस पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट के जरिए सामने लाया जा सके। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Thank you, Jatin. As we track the developments, we've understood that the polygraph test will help the CBI in creating a timeline of sorts to help build a timeline. Although this is not admissible in court, it will get more clarity for the horror probe that's underway. A devastating explosion at a pharma company in Achutapuram in Andhra Pradesh led to a massive fire, killing at least 17 workers and injuring 20 others. The incident occurred in the company's reactor within a special economic zone. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu has criticized the company's promoter for failing to take responsibility and has assured all possible support to the victims. Following the Election Commission of India's announcement of the poll schedule for Jammu and Kashmir, Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge met with Farooq and Omar Abdullah in Srinagar. Both Congress and National Conference have sealed a pre-poll alliance deal. BJP leader and former Haryana Minister Anil Vij stated that discussions are underway for each seat in preparation for the upcoming Haryana Assembly elections. He affirmed that the BJP plans to contest the elections independently and is confident of forming the government for a third consecutive term.
2 दिन चलेगी मीटिंग और इसमें जो भी एप्लीकेशंस आई हैं, जो कैंडिडेट्स यहाँ से हैं उनको यहाँ से पैनल बना के केंद्र पे भेजा जाएगा और फिर केंद्रीय पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड इसका डिसाइड करता है, वो तय करेंगे, फाइनल वहाँ से इसका डिसाइड होता है।
The Supreme Court will hear Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea today in connection with the Delhi leaker scam case investigated by the CBI. Kejriwal, who is challenging his arrest, filed a petition seeking bail. This comes as Kejriwal has already been granted interim bail in a related ED case. India will celebrate its first National Space Day today in honor of the Chandrayaan-3 mission's successful soft landing on the moon's southern pole. This mission was accomplished in region in 2023. This achievement has made India the fourth country to land on the moon and the first to do so near the lunar south pole. To mark the occasion, the Department of Fisheries will host seminars and demonstrations showcasing the use of space technologies in the fisheries sector in collaboration with ISRO. The CBI, an affidavit in the Supreme Court opposing the bail plea of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Accused in the Delhi liquor scam, the CBI has labelled Kejriwal as the kingpin of the scam, claiming that despite not holding the excise department portfolio, he orchestrated the entire operation. The agency has argued that all key decisions were made with his consent and direction, and that Kejriwal has not provided satisfactory answers during the questioning. Viewers, we have Riyanka joining us live from New Delhi. Riyanka, as we discussed the bail plea of Arvind Kejriwal, which is all set to be heard today, what are the expectations from this?
That's right. Today Justice Suryakant and Justice Ujjal Bhuiyan will be listening to this very case which has now been filed by Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer. It is basically a bail application which was last heard on 14th of August, and then the Supreme Court had asked the CBI to file a response in this case. Now, it was only yesterday night when the CBI has given its response and it has filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court. Now, what we are getting to know while this is that the CBI once again has built its heat on Arvind Kejriwal, and they have opposed the bail application by the Delhi Chief Minister. The CBI has been alleging from the very start that Kejriwal is the kingpin in this case, the excise policy case, that he knew everything. Every other details were passed on through his directives. That has been the take of the CBI, and recently what we have seen that the CBI has been building a strict case against Arvind Kejriwal. Let us get you a few snippets of what exactly the CBI has mentioned in its affidavit. In its reply, the CBI has said that despite not being the Minister of the Excise Department, Arvind Kejriwal was the architect of the entire excise policy scam, which is why he's been called as the kingpin. On the other hand, we're also getting to know that he knew everything about the scam because all the directions, all the steps taken were under his directives. Kejriwal, on the other hand, has not been given satisfactory answers. Well, in the past as well, we have seen how the CBI has in fact alleged that Kejriwal's answers to their questions have not been satisfactory and he has not been cooperating. On the other hand, we are also getting to know that the CBI has said that Kejriwal tried to politically centralize the entire matter before the court. This has been mentioned in the affidavit. Also, the CBI says Arvind Kejriwal's influence and clout is evidence, and that he is a chief minister. He not only has his influence strong, but he has a lot of connections with the bureaucrats and several officials. Also, adding to this fact, the CBI says as far as the arrest of the petitioner is concerned, there has been no violation of the law. Remember how Kejriwal's lawyer has been alleging that his arrest is illegal. Here the CBI is once again clarifying the fact that his arrest has been all done as per the law. So several of these things have been mentioned in the affidavit by the CBI. Strict case going on against Kejriwal. We have to see what happens next in the hearing today, which is set to begin post 10:30.
Thank you, Riyanka, for the updates. Viewers, as we have spoken that Arvind Kejriwal has been labelled as a kingpin of the liquor scam, we'll be bringing you the updates from later in the day. Thousands of protesters took to the streets in Jakarta, attempting to storm the parliament building in a dramatic display of discontent. The protests erupted over the controversial changes to Indonesia's election laws that critics say could give outgoing President Joko Widodo undue influence. In the chaos, demonstrators clashed with police who used tear gas and water cannons to disperse the crowds. Take a look at this detailed report.
Indonesia's capital, Jakarta, saw intense unrest as thousands of protesters clashed with police outside the parliament. The demonstration was sparked by proposed changes to Indonesia's election laws. The amendments sought to change the minimum age requirement for individuals to serve as regional governors from 30 at the time of nomination to 30 at the time of inauguration. These changes were seen as a potential benefit for outgoing President Joko Widodo and his allies. Specifically, one concern was that the amendments could enable Widodo's youngest son, Kaesang Pangarep, who's 29, to run for a regional governorship despite the current age limit. Student groups were among the many participants. They watched as the situation escalated, with some climbing over the parliament fence to join the fray. Protesters burnt tires near the parliament, while others tried to force their way through, leading to dramatic confrontations. In response, Indonesian police deployed water cannons and tear gas to disperse the crowds. The violence forced Parliament to cancel its vote on the controversial law changes. The discontent wasn't limited to Jakarta. Protests were also reported in major cities across Indonesia, with activists, students, and celebrities joining the outcry. Amidst the chaos, protesters chanted and waved banners voicing their opposition to the changes that they believe would extend President Joko Widodo's political influence beyond his term.
The Central Bureau of Investigation is going to perform polygraph test, which is the lie detector test, on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata rape case, while also 4 others will be questioned in the lie detector test. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
Говорили сьогодні роботу з партнерами щодо ППО нових систем для України. Ми готуємо посилення. Була доповідь головкома Сирського. Фронт. Оборона на Покровському, Торецькому напрямках. Важка ситуація, але хлопці роблять все, щоб знищувати окупанта.
getting in raw footage from Uttarakhand, where heavy rains have caused significant blockages on the Badrinath National Highway near Nandprayag, Chinka, Gulab Koti, Pagalnala and Kanchanala, according to the Chamoli police. The debris has made the highway impassable, disrupting travel in the region. Authorities are working to clear the route and restore access. Viewers, now it's time for some stories from across the globe. Former US President and presidential nominee Donald Trump have criticized Vice President Kamala Harris's handling of the border security. He called Harris the worst vice president ever and a border czar. Harris was tasked in March 2021 with tackling the causes of migration from Central America's North Triangle, comprising of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador.
Doesn't know what she's doing. She's the worst vice president / border czar. She was the border czar. All of a sudden she's saying she's not. I don't want to get you in trouble, but she's the border czar. All of a sudden she's saying I'm not the border czar. You know why she says that? Because there's never been a border in the whole world that's leaked like this border, with all those millions and millions of criminals coming through. Many of them are criminals, hardened criminals. They make our criminals really look like babies.
Supporters of the Venezuelan government celebrated the Supreme Court decision to back Nicolás Maduro's claims that he won last month's presidential election. This comes as Venezuela's Supreme Court said the voting tallies published online by the opposition showing that Maduro lost by a landslide were forged. Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, has criticized the UN for failing to honor victims of the October 7 Hamas terrorist attack. Speaking before the UN Security Council, he said that even though the UN marked International Day of Remembrance for the victims of terror, there wasn't even a single tribute to an Israeli victim.
Well, in an unfortunate incident which took near about 17 lives and 33 still undergoing treatment at Achuthapuram's Special Economic Zone, where a recreator blast had taken place at this very pharma company here in Achuthapuram's Special Economic Zone. Well, now the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu have visited the injured, and also he has visited the site where the incident has taken place. That's this place. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Говорили сьогодні роботу з партнерами щодо ППО нових систем для України. Ми готуємо посилення. Була доповідь головкома Сирського. Фронт. Оборона на Покровському, Торецькому напрямках. Важка ситуація, але хлопці роблять все, щоб знищувати окупанта.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines this hour. CBI investigation gains momentum. Psychoanalysis test of Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors today. Completely on the back foot, Mamata government now issues circular to stop students from protesting. But the fight for justice continues unabated. BJP to stage protest outside all police stations in Kolkata. A day after the Congress and the National Conference sealed pre-poll alliance, Aam Aadmi Party says it will go solo in Jammu and Kashmir. And after an agenda-packed Warsaw visit, all eyes now on Prime Minister's Kiev visit. Mega bilaterals lined up. And Defense Minister on a 5-day visit to the United States, set to hold bilateral talks with counterpart Lloyd Austin. Viewers, in response to a large number of school students participating in the street protest, West Bengal's Directorate of Education has issued a circular that's prohibiting students from participating in any protests or programs outside those organized by the Education Department. In fact, this development comes as a large number of students have recently hit the streets protesting against the RG Kaur gang rape and murder case. So the Bengal government now barring students from protesting. First, we saw the crackdown on the protesters. We've seen how they have been dragged and detained. They have been dragged away by the police. They have been lathi charged by the Mamata police. And now the Bengal government is barring these students. They have been barred from protesting, from fighting for justice, for demanding justice. Because the questions are clearly pointed towards Mamata Banerjee and her forces. The lapses have come to light even in the Apex Court. Viewers, we'll get you more details on that. But this is a big breaking we are getting to you right now. Remember, there are more protests that are lined up for today, especially outside all the police stations in Kolkata. And now, Bengal government's latest diktat is that the students are not allowed to protest and not raise their voice for justice. That's the latest update we're getting in. And we're getting let me just read out the details coming in from that. Our sister channel, our Bangla, getting us the latest news break. And let me just read out this circular from the government of West Bengal. The District Inspector of Schools of Paschim Mednipur has issued this. And the office, it reads, the Office of District Inspector of Schools, Secondary Education has issued a notification that students will not be able to participate in any program other than any program of the Education Department. So whatever is announced, whatever is organized by Education Department, other than that, students are not allowed to participate in that. On Thursday, such a notice was sent to the heads of the institution by the school inspector. And now, of course, many questions are being raised. My colleague Punita is tracking all the details from Ground Zero in Kolkata. Punita, tell us about this circular that the students are now being officially barred from holding protests. They are being denied their right to raise their voice, their right to express themselves, right to fight for justice.
बिल्कुल अक्षिता, देखिए जिस तरीके से जब ये वारदात हुई थी और उसके बाद से ही लगातार छात्रों में जबरदस्त तरीके से गुस्सा देखने को मिल रहा है। एक तरफ हम डॉक्टर्स की तस्वीरें लगातार दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जब ये वारदात सामने आई थी इसके बाद जो स्कूली छात्र हैं उनके अंदर भी काफी गुस्सा देखने को मिला था। और यही वजह है कि भारी तादाद में जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो एक साथ सड़कों पर उतर आए थे और विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे थे, जस्टिस की मांग कर रहे थे। लेकिन लगता है कि एक साथ जिस तरीके से जो छात्र इकट्ठा हुए और विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए आवाज उठा रहे थे, जस्टिस की मांग कर रहे थे, इसे लेकर कहीं ना कहीं सरकार घबरा गई है। और यही वजह है कि लगातार आप देखिए, पहले जहां जो छात्र प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे उन पर लाठीचार्ज हो रहा था, अब एक शिक्षा विभाग की तरफ से ये नया सर्कुलर जारी किया गया है जिसमें साफ तौर पर यह निर्देश दिया गया है कि कोई भी स्टूडेंट, यानी कि कोई भी स्टूडेंट सिर्फ स्कूल में जितने भी कार्यक्रम होंगे उसमें ही पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। शिक्षा विभाग की तरफ से जो भी कार्यक्रम होंगे, जो भी प्रोग्राम्स होंगे उसमें ही सिर्फ वो हिस्सा ले सकते हैं। इसके अलावा कोई भी कार्यक्रम में वो अगर हिस्सा लेते हैं तो उस पर एक्शन भी लिया जाएगा। और इससे साफ तौर पर यह नजर आ रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो भारी तादाद में जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो लगातार प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, इंसाफ की मांग कर रहे हैं, न्याय की मांग कर रहे हैं। इसे लेकर सरकार तो घबराई हुई है, साथ ही साथ ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि इसका ये जो विरोध है वो कहीं आने वाले दिनों में व्यापक रूप ना ले ले। और यही वजह है कि अब तरह तरह के हथकंडे जो हैं वो सरकार की तरफ से अपनाए जा रहे हैं। हालांकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से पहली सुनवाई में, यानी कि जब पहली सुनवाई हुई थी इस पूरे मामले को लेकर, तब भी यही कहा गया था कि अगर कोई भी स्टूडेंट, कोई भी डॉक्टर्स प्रोटेस्ट करता है तो उस पर किसी भी तरीके से कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की जाए, एक्शन ना लिया जाए। और अब एक और नया फरमान ये जारी कर दिया गया है। और कल भी जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई हुई थी तो यही कहा गया था कि जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप उन्हें प्रोटेस्ट करने दीजिए। हालांकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से यह भी कहा गया था डॉक्टर्स को कि प्रोटेस्ट जो है आप खत्म कर दे, काम पर वापस लौट जाए, और क्योंकि इससे जो है काफी दिक्कतें मरीजों को हो रही है। ये तमाम तरीके से सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से बातें कही गई थी। लेकिन सवाल यही कि जिस तरीके से सरकार की तरफ से ये नए नए फरमान जारी किए जाते हैं और साथ ही साथ जो एक्शन लिया जाता है, आखिर इसे किस तरीके से समझाए? क्या सरकार घबरा गई है? जिस तरीके से भारी तादाद में जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो अपनी आवाज बुलंद कर रहे हैं। और यही बात जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से कल भी कही गई थी, क्योंकि जो लापरवाही, जो खामियां जो है इस केस में देखने को मिली है, इसको लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी सवाल उठाए थे। और यही सवाल देश भर में भी उस समय गूंजा था जब ये वारदात निकलकर सामने आई थी और ये कहा गया था कि इतनी बड़ी वारदात हो गई है लेकिन अब तक सिर्फ एक आरोपी की गिरफ्तारी कैसे होती है? क्या इसमें और भी गुनहगार हैं? अगर हैं तो सभी को सामने आना चाहिए। हालांकि देखिए, पुलिस की कार्यप्रणाली पर तो सवाल उठ ही रहे हैं, साथ ही साथ ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं इसके पीछे कई बड़े लोग शामिल हो सकते हैं और यही वजह है कि पुलिस भी इसमें जो है लिपापोती करने की कोशिश कर रही है।
Absolutely. Mamata government, you know, this is a bizarre diktat. It's a dictatorial diktat that we can see once again. Mamata Banerjee now trying to muzzle the voice of those who are fighting for justice. She doesn't even spare the youth. And thank you so much, viewers, thank you so much, Puneet, for the moment. And we will continue with our coverage, viewers. Now, let me tell you, viewers, there's more news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. It's in the aftermath of the Kolkata RG Corps medical horror case. Now, armed SSB personnel have been deployed at the government medical college in Jammu, particularly in the emergency wing, to ensure enhanced security. So the deployment that is effective immediately includes regular emergency rounds to monitor the situation and provide security, especially for female doctors. Another move comes as a precautionary measure to safeguard the medical staff amidst ongoing tensions, and that's the update we have right now. You can see the paramilitary forces that have been deployed. And my colleague Guru Simran gets us more on this. Guru Simran, good morning. And we can see that in the wake of what has happened and the nationwide outrage over the horror at the RG Corps Medical College, we can see there are measures being taken. If not, there is of course a lot of laxity that is being witnessed in a criminal laxity that is being witnessed in Kolkata, but in Jammu and Kashmir there are now measures being taken.
Yes, after the horror of the RG Corps hospital that we have seen in the Kolkata, now the governments have woken up, and now a decision was taken a couple of days before in a meeting that was held by the principal of the government medical college, Dr. Ashutosh, in which it was decided that the armed personnel will be deployed in the security of the hospital, and now they have been deployed. We are told that the paramilitary force, Sashastra Seema Bal, has been deployed. These armed personnel have been deployed, especially in the emergency wing, to tackle the situation. They are carrying out the regular rounds in the emergency wings. They are round-the-clock surveillance that is also being kept, and the CCTVs have also been enhanced to keep the things under the control and to keep a watch on what is happening. Emergency code system has also been installed that is in regular communication with the nearby police station and the police post, so that every happening can be informed to the police and the immediate action can be taken. But this comes as a big step, the deployment of the paramilitary forces, because earlier there was no deployment of the paramilitary force or the armed security force personnel inside the hospital premises. But keeping in view what has happened in the RG hospital in the Kolkata and the dire need of deployment of the armed police personnel, it was decided that the paramilitary be deployed in the Jammu's hospital, and now the government medical college has deployed the SSB personnel. We are told that the actual strength is at starting is somewhere close to 10, but it will be enhanced and will go beyond 30 as per the need of the hospital. And in the similarly it will be followed in the other hospitals of the Jammu, including SMGS hospital, where the deployment will be done roughly close to 20 armed police personnel. That will also include 50% of the female personnel, so that every situation can be tackled. See, this move is a good move, keeping in view the security of the doctors, especially the female doctors.
Absolutely, Gursimran. In fact, I request you to please hold on right now, because we are getting more updates from Jammu and Kashmir, and this regarding the Assembly polls, viewers. The Aam Aadmi Party has now announced that it will contest the 2024 Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections independently. It will go solo, both in Jammu, Kashmir, both in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Delhi Cabinet Minister in Jammu and Kashmir in charge, Imran Hussain, has confirmed that the party will focus on issues related to health, education, and free electricity. Hussain also mentioned that a first list of candidates will be released soon, and that there are currently no pre-poll alliances. In fact, we're getting in an exclusive reaction, I believe, on that. Let's take a listen in. All right, I believe there's no reaction. My colleague Gursimran is live with us. Gursimran, tell us more about the Aam Aadmi Party now jumping it. As I was telling you, viewers, there's a reaction that has come in. Let's take a listen in.
कश्मीर के चुनावी रण में इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी भी है। आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ से फैसला लिया गया है कि पार्टी अब जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव लड़ेगी। बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ दिल्ली सरकार के कैबिनेट मंत्री इमरान हुसैन मौजूद हैं। इमरान जी, सरकार की तरफ से, आपकी तरफ से फैसला लिया गया कि अब जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव लड़ा जाएगा। किस रणनीति के तहत चुनाव लड़ा जाएगा और किस स्तर पर चुनाव लड़ा जाएगा?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो आपके चैनल के ज़रिए मैं सारे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूं कि 10 साल बाद यहाँ इलेक्शन होने जा रहे हैं और आम आदमी पार्टी इसमें कॉन्टेस्ट करने जा रही है।
किस तरह की रणनीति बनाई गई है? क्या सिर्फ जम्मू संभाग तक सीमित रहेगा, जम्मू या कश्मीर तक सीमित, या पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव लड़ा जाए?
पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे। जहाँ जहाँ हमारे कैंडिडेट मजबूत हैं, जहाँ जहाँ हमारा संगठन मजबूत है, सब जगह इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे।
तो अभी तक क्या माना जाए, कितनी सीटें, 90 में से आप लोग कितनी सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ सकते हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, जैसे अभी हमारी पहली लिस्ट फाइनल होने जा रही है, आपको मिल जाएगी, आपको इसकी सारी जानकारी दी जाएगी।
क्योंकि अब कुछ दिन रह गए हैं पहले चरण के नामांकन के लिए भी, तो कब तक लिस्ट जो है वो पहली आ सकती है?
बस जल्दी आ जाएगी, क्योंकि पहली 27 तारीख शायद नॉमिनेशन की लास्ट डेट है, तो जल्दी आएगी।
तो इसके अलावा कई बड़े चेहरे जो हैं वो आम आदमी पार्टी का रुख कर सकते हैं क्या चुनाव से पहले?
नहीं, देखिए, ऐसा है कि हमारे पास जो है यहाँ आम आदमी पार्टी का पूरा यूनिट है जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर, और मैं ये समझता हूँ ऐसे लोग हैं हमारे पास जो आवाम की खिदमत करते हैं, और आम आदमी पार्टी का मकसद भी यही है। आम आदमी पार्टी का मिशन ही है कि एक एक बच्चे को एजुकेशन दिलाना, और वो भी फ्री वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशन दिलाना, हेल्थ सेक्टर पे काम करना, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक्स खुलवाना, बिजली फ्री करवाना। जिस तरीके से दिल्ली में बिजली फ्री है, पंजाब में बिजली फ्री है, उसी तर्ज पे जम्मू कश्मीर में भी करना, घर घर तक पानी पहुंचाना, महिला सिक्योरिटी के लिए CCTV कैमरे लगवाना, डेवलपमेंट करना, यही आम आदमी पार्टी का
किसी तरह का प्री पोल अलायंस क्या जम्मू कश्मीर में होगा?
देखिए, अभी तक तो नहीं है, अगर होगा तो उसकी भी जानकारी देंगे।
राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इंडिया अलायंस का आप हिस्सा हैं?
राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे हम लोग हिस्सा हैं, अगर अलायंस होगा तो उसके बारे में भी आपको जानकारी दी जाएगी।
Gursimran, so you just got us that exclusive conversation with the Aam Aadmi Party leader. Aam Aadmi Party is going to go solo. How does it really change the political landscape there, if at all? It really goes solo. There's no pre-poll alliance, and is there going to be any chances of an alliance later on?
See, for Aam Aadmi Party, there are no chances of the alliance because National Conference, Congress and the CPIM, they have already announced their alliance. So there is no space of the Aam Aadmi Party. And the way Aam Aadmi Party is going full throttle in Jammu and Kashmir, this seems that the party is now focusing to strengthen their cadre because there has been a long pending demand of the cadres of the Aam Aadmi Party that the party should contest, because even during the Lok Sabha polls, when the party decided that they will not be contesting the polls, some of their candidates, some of their senior leaders, they went as independent candidates and managed to gather some of the votes. So for Aam Aadmi Party, it is not that Aam Aadmi Party is going to win a majority of the seats or some seats, but it is to strengthen their cadres and to also to ensure that they are making inroads in Jammu and Kashmir. Now coming to the Aam Aadmi Party, we are told by the senior functionaries of the Aam Aadmi Party that Aam Aadmi Party will be going to contest more seats. It will be halfway mark, more than halfway mark. So somewhere close to 50 seats they are planning to contest, and so far they have received 117 nominations from their own party leaders that they want to contest from the different constituencies. So when it comes to the nominations or the leaders that they have to contest, yes, the Aam Aadmi Party is having the sufficient number of leaders. Whether they will be able to garner some votes that can dent the other party, it has to be seen. But strategically, yes, they are no more part of the India alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, as they have decided to go solo and not to be in alliance with the National Conference, Congress and the CPIM.
Right. All right. Thanks so much, Gulsen, for joining us with those updates coming in from Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the Assembly polls. Viewers, now we'll shift our focus to some more stories that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. After former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren announced plans to float his own party, Union Minister Sanjay Seth says that the JMM did not give importance to Champai. He called Champai Soren a mass leader and felt saddened how he has been insulted by the party.
चंपाई सोरेन एक मास लीडर है, अच्छे नेता है, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है। वो उनका पोस्ट जिन्होंने पढ़ा होगा, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल फील्ड के लोग हैं, आम लोग हैं, झारखंड की आम जनता ने जो पढ़ा वो पोस्ट तो मर्माहत था कि एक संघर्ष के नेता को किस तरह बेइज्जत किया गया। अब वो अपने नई पार्टी बना रहे हैं, स्वागत है।
A Pune court has rejected the bail applications of 6 persons in connection to the Porsche hit-and-run case. This includes the teen driver's parents, who are alleged to have swapped his blood sample. Now, the teen driver is accused of crashing his luxury car into a motorbike, killing 2 IT professionals, while his parents and others allegedly conspired to replace his blood samples so as to establish he was not drunk at the time of the accident. Vishwa Hindu Parishad organized Deep Daan program on the auspicious occasion of the 521st birth anniversary of Lord Krishna. Now, 5,251 lamps were lit at River Yamuna's Devraha Baba Ghat in Vrindavan. Shri Krishna Janmashtami will be celebrated on the 26th of August. Four people died after they got trapped in the debris near Khat Gadera, near Panta helipad in Uttarakhand. Now, all the deceased are Nepali nationals. Their bodies are being brought to Rudraprayag by the DDRF team. Due to heavy rains, the Badrinath National Highway was blocked due to debris near Nandprayag, Chinka, Gulab Koti, Pagalnala and Kanchanala. A 40-year-old woman was murdered while she was going to collect fodder in the field. Villagers blocked the road and demanded the arrest of the accused. The body of the woman was sent for the post-mortem and a case has been registered. Hunt is on for the accused.
गले पे उस महिला के निशान हैं, उसका जो है डेड बॉडी को कब्जे में ले करके पंचनामा की कार्रवाई और पीएम की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है और जो भी तहरीर प्राप्त हो रही है उस पर अभियोग पंजीकरण की कार्रवाई की जा रही है और साथ ही इस केस के जो है सारे तथ्य जो है विभिन्न टीमों के द्वारा संकलित किए जा रहे हैं, जिससे कि जो भी इसमें संलिप्त है उसका पता करके उसके विरुद्ध विधिक कार्रवाई की जा सके।
The Central Bureau of Investigation is going to perform polygraph test, which is the lie detector test on Sanjay Roy, the prime accused of Kolkata rape case, while also 4 others will be questioned in the lie detector test. We will be back with the minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
India is currently undergoing rapid transformation and experiencing substantial progress across all sectors. Now, this incredible change is being fueled by dedicated individuals working at the grassroots level, making a profound impact on the lives of millions every day. Republic TV is proud to acknowledge and commemorate these selfless individuals who have made extraordinary contributions in 5 distinct categories. Join us for the prestigious event Heroes of Change Awards 2024, presented by Ravin, exclusively on Republic TV.
Nine people died after a small plane crashed into a muddy swamp near the Thai capital. The turboprop, which was a domestic flight, crashed shortly after taking off from the main airport in Bangkok. A video shows pieces of the plane in the water in the middle of a wooded area. A rescuer is seen in muddy water up to his chest. The 7 passengers and 2 pilots on board were confirmed dead, with no survivors found at the crash site. The Civil Aviation Authority of Thailand stated that the Cessna Caravan C208B had departed Bangkok airport at 2:46 p.m. The radio radar lost connection 11 minutes later. The plane was en route to Trot, a coastal province about 275 kilometers southeast of the Thai capital.
And some more news from across the world of sports now. Neeraj Chopra has finished second with his best throw of the season, 89.49 meters, while Grenada's Anderson Peters finished first with a throw of 90.61 meters in the Lausanne Diamond League. For Indian Super League teams, defending champions Mohun Bagan and Punjab FC, Bengaluru FC and Kerala Blasters FC are all set to be in action on Friday, competing for the 2 semi-final spots. This comes after both Mohun Bagan and Punjab have consistently remained unbeaten with 2 wins and a draw from their earlier group assignments. Lulu Sun of New Zealand went on to defeat Erika Andreeva in straight sets to reach the semi-finals of Monterrey Open. Sun, ranked number 57, was drawn against Italy's Lucia Bronzetti in the first round of the US Open on Monday. Reigning US Open champion Novak Djokovic returned to the court to begin his title defense preparations in New York. Now, Djokovic won his men's record 24th Grand Slam singles title last year in the Flushing Meadows and has remained stuck on that total. Now, this comes after his loss to Sinner in the Australian Open semi-finals. Cristiano Ronaldo was denied victory following the narrowest of offside calls as Al Nassr were held to draw in their Roshan Saudi League opener at home to Al Raid. And Ronaldo thought he had given Al Nassr a 2-1 lead in the 76th minute before VAR ruled his second goal of the game out for offside. Goalkeeper Mishari Sunir clinched the Man of the Match award with a string of notable saves against Sadio Mane and Aymeric Laporte. Paris Saint-Germain have finalized their preparations ahead of welcoming Montpellier to in the Ligue 1. The French champions have begun their 2024-2025 campaign with a 4-1 victory as they continue to remain on the hunt for a record-extending 13 title. Marks its first National Space Day, and we are getting visuals of President of India Draupadi Murmu alongside Minister Jitendra Singh also there as India celebrates its first National Space Day. We'll get you the details. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Two days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning. It's 10 a.m. There is absolutely no end to dictatorial diktats being passed by the Mamata government. In fact, in another notification that's now been issued by the state government, the state has barred the youth of the state from taking part in protests across the state. We'll get you the details of the notification, beginning first with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
CBI investigation gains momentum. Psychoanalysis test of Sandeep Ghosh and 4 doctors today. Lie detector test of the 5 to be conducted. Completely on the back foot, Mamata government now issues circular to stop students from staging protest. But the fight for justice continues unabated. BJP to stage protest outside all police stations in Kolkata. A day after Congress and NC sealed pre-poll alliance, AAP says will go solo in J&K, hints at freebies in the valley. After an agenda-packed Poland visit, all eyes on Prime Minister's Kiev visit, mega bilaterals lined up in the country. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh on a 5-day visit to the US, set to hold talks with counterpart Lloyd Austin.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And we begin first up with exclusive details that we have of the Central Bureau of Investigation's probe into the Kolkata rape and horror. We are now given to understand that lie detector test of Sandeep Ghosh as well as 4 doctors who were present in the hospital during this time of the crime will be undergoing lie detector test. In fact, details coming in that polygraph test is likely to be conducted before 5:30 p.m. this evening. So Sandeep Ghosh, the prime accused, as well as 4 doctors will be undergoing a polygraph test. This following the continuous interrogation of the principal accused, the prime accused Sandeep Ghosh, by the Central Bureau of Investigation all these days. Let's go across to Anamika. She's joining us live from Kolkata. Anamika, the lie detector test, as we understand, will be conducted before 5:30 p.m. this evening. Once again, if you can run us through the details that we are tracking as far as the changing statements of Sandeep Ghosh are concerned. We understand that he's continuously been changing the statements he's been giving to the CBI.
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो संदीप घोष है उनसे लगातार 7 दिनों से पूछताछ हो रही है। 7वां दिन था कल जब 88 घंटे से ज़्यादा उनसे पूछताछ हो चुकी है। वही दूसरी ओर अगर बात की जाए संजय रॉय की, तो पॉलीग्राफी टेस्ट को लेकर के 5:30 बजे संजय रॉय पर बड़ा फैसला आना है। वही संजय रॉय की जो कस्टडी है वो आज खत्म भी हो रही है, लिहाजा आज संजय रॉय की कोर्ट में पेशी भी है। हालांकि ये जो पेशी होगी वे फिजिकल होगी या फिर वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए होगी, इसको लेकर संशय बना हुआ है। वही दूसरी ओर एएसआई अरूप दत्ता को भी पूछताछ करने के लिए बुलाने की यहाँ पे संभावना जताई जा रही है, क्योंकि यही एएसआई अरूप दत्ता है जिसकी फोटो संजय रॉय के साथ लगातार वायरल हो रही है और पुलिस को इस बात की आशंका है, सीबीआई को इस बात की आशंका है कि इसे संजय रॉय के बारे में बहुत सारी जानकारियां हासिल है। लिहाजा एएसआई अरूप दत्ता को भी लेकर पूछताछ की खबरें निकल के सामने आ रही हैं। ऐसे में जो बड़ी बात है यहाँ पे कि जो
Right, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Let's put out those details that you're breaking on the screens as well. It's ASI Anup Datta who is said to be quizzed by the Central Bureau of Investigation in this rape and murder case. Note that the role of ASI Anup Datta has been under scanner for long. He is likely to be summoned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So that's another lead that we are tracking. One being the details of the polygraph test that's going to be conducted on Sandeep Ghosh and the 4 doctors. Other than that, Anup Datta, the ASI who is said to be a close aide of the accused, is said to be summoned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Let's go across to Anamika once again. Anamika, these are back-to-back leads that we are getting of the CBI probe. Once again, if you can take us through the details of the role of ASI Anup Datta that's been under scanner for long. We understand that he has shared, he shares close ties with the accused in this case.
बिल्कुल, देखिए ठीक कहा आपने, जो अरूप दत्ता एएसआई है उसके करीबियां संजय रॉय के साथ है और जब संजय रॉय को अरेस्ट किया गया था उसके बाद भी एएसआई के साथ उसकी जो तस्वीरें हैं वो यहाँ पे वायरल हो रही हैं। इसके अलावा एएसआई जो अरूप दत्ता है वो काफ़ी पुराना करीबी माना जाता है संजय रॉय का, क्योंकि संजय रॉय खुद को पुलिस का अधिकारी बताता था, पुलिसकर्मी बताता था, लिहाजा ये जो तार है अरूप दत्ता से उसके जुड़े हुए हैं। इसके अलावा संजय रॉय के साथ साथ जो पीड़िता के 4 डॉक्टर्स कलीग हैं उनसे भी पूछताछ करने को लेकर के, पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट को लेकर के यहाँ पे कोर्ट से परमिशन मिल गई है। यानी कि इस बात की गुंजाइश बहुत ज्यादा है कि जो 4 डॉक्टर्स हैं जो कि पीड़िता के करीब हैं उनसे भी बहुत जल्द पूछताछ सीबीआई की ओर से की जाएगी। तो बहुत सारे किरदार जो इस पूरे मामले में, चाहे एएसआई अरूप दत्ता हो, चाहे वो 4 डॉक्टर्स हो कलीग पीड़िता के, इसके अलावा अगर बात की जाए संदीप घोष, तमाम वो किरदार, उनसे लगातार पूछताछ चल रही है। हालांकि आज संजय रॉय की पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट को लेकर शाम 5:30 बजे कलकत्ता की कोर्ट से, सियालदह कोर्ट से फैसला आना है। इसी के साथ साथ संजय रॉय की कोर्ट में आज पेशी भी है, यानी कि जो कस्टडी है वो आज फिर से बढ़ा दी जाएगी, इसमें कोई गुंजाइश बची नहीं है। फिलहाल संदीप घोष से पूछताछ चल रही है। तो वही दूसरी ओर बीजेपी का प्रोटेस्ट, बीजेपी का प्रदर्शन लगातार इस मुद्दे को लेकर के कलकत्ता में चल रहा है। आज भी श्याम बाजार में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से आज प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा। कल बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से स्वास्थ्य भवन घेरने को लेकर प्रयास किया गया था, लेकिन स्वास्थ्य भवन पहुंचने से पहले ही पुलिस ने और जवानों ने उन्हें रोक लिया था। लेकिन आज भी उनकी ओर से प्रयास है। इसमें शुभेंदु अधिकारी समेत तमाम जो बीजेपी के लीडर्स हैं बंगाल बीजेपी के, वो इसमें शामिल होने वाले हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर के यहाँ पे जो है स्थितियां ऐसी बनी हुई है जहां पे एक तरफ सीबीआई की ओर से पूछताछ का जो कार्रवाई है वो चल रहा है, तो वही दूसरी ओर सड़कों पे प्रदर्शन भी देखने को मिल रहा है।
Right, Anamika, requesting you to stay with us. Let's also tell our viewers that the CBI in its probe has found that there have been multiple calls that were made by Anup Datta to the key accused, the rape accused Sanjay Roy in this case. In fact, on the other side, on the other hand, we're also tracking details of another dictatorial notification that's come in from the Mamata government, which says that the youth in the state will not be allowed to participate in the protests which have been quite rampant for the last 10 days. It's a notification that's come in from the Education Department of the state, which says that the students are barred from taking part in the protest. Let's go across to Anamika again. Anamika, this of course comes down in the backdrop of the clampdown on protesters across the state, be the lathi charge that we've been seeing in the last few days by the state police. Talk to us about this diktat that's now coming from the state government, which bars students from taking part in the protests.
देखिए दो बातें हैं यहाँ पे। पहला तो एक तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कल अपनी ओर से जब फैसला सुनाया था, जब अपनी ओर से टिप्पणी की थी, तो ये कहा था कि इस पूरे मामले की जो गंभीरता है समझते हैं हम। जांच जो है सीबीआई की वो चल रही है। स्टेटस रिपोर्ट कल दी गई थी, सीबीआई की ओर से सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने रखी गई थी। लेकिन जो डॉक्टर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं उसको लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ये जरूर टिप्पणी था कि वो अपने काम पर वापस लौटें। जो डॉक्टर्स हैं अगर हड़ताल करेंगे तो जो आम मरीज हैं उनको बहुत दिक्कतें पेश आ रही हैं बीते कुछ दिनों से। लिहाजा उनकी ओर से ये कहा गया था कि जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो अपने काम पर वापस लौट आए। तो वही दूसरी ओर कल जिस तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट किया गया था, बीजेपी के जो कार्यकर्ता थे, जिसमें आम लोगों की भी बहुत ज्यादा मौजूदगी थी, भागीदारी थी, उसमें भी कई डॉक्टर्स भी थे जो शामिल हो रहे थे, जो आम लोग थे वो शामिल हो रहे थे। कल उन पर लाठियां चलाई गई थी। स्वास्थ्य भवन के 500 मीटर पहले ही सीआईएसएफ के जवानों ने, सीआरपीएफ के जवानों ने और बंगाल पुलिस के जवानों ने प्रोटेस्टर्स को रोक लिया था। उन्हें रोकने के लिए बल का प्रयोग किया गया था, लाठीचार्ज भी की गई थी। इस लाठीचार्ज में कुछ लोगों को चोटें भी आई थी। शायद यही वजह है कि जिस तरीके से अब यहाँ पे हड़ताल करने की बात निकल के सामने आ रही, प्रोटेस्ट करने की बात निकल के सामने आ रही है। पूरे बंगाल में कई प्रोटेस्ट चल रहे हैं, जहां पे एक तरफ राज्य कर्मचारी प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, आम लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, महिलाएं प्रोटेस्ट कर रही हैं, बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। तो कलकत्ता की सड़कों पर इस समय सिर्फ और सिर्फ प्रदर्शन चल रहा है बंगाल की बिटिया को न्याय दिलाने के लिए। तो वही दूसरी ओर अगर बात करें डॉक्टर्स की, तो डॉक्टर्स को लेकर के कम से कम सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह साफ कर दिया कि जो डॉक्टर्स है, जो रेजिडेंट डॉक्टर्स हो, चाहे वो एक्सपीरियंस डॉक्टर्स है, उनको अपने काम पर वापस लौट जाना चाहिए, ताकि जो आम मरीज है, जो आम लोग हैं, जो इमरजेंसी सेवाएं हैं, जो ओपीडी सेवाएं हैं, कम से कम वो वहाँ पे बाधित ना हो। ऐसे में देखना ये होगा कि आज जो प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है बीजेपी का या राज्य कर्मचारियों का या आरजीकर हॉस्पिटल के ठीक बाहर जो प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, उसमें जो शामिल डॉक्टर्स हैं वो काम पर वापस लौटते हैं या फिर नहीं लौटते हैं। ये अपने आप में बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि इसको लेके कल
we will have to leave it at that. We will keep coming back to you through the day, but let's also tell our viewers a significant ruling. It is of course a clear violation of SC's ruling, given that what we are seeing in West Bengal is clampdown on those protesters. This despite SC's observation, a ruling which stated that the state must not use its power on peaceful protesters in the state. Unfortunately, that's precisely what's happening in the state.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And the BJP continues to pile pressure on Mamata government. Another protest that the BJP will be carrying out across the state, demanding resignation of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. It's a statewide protest which will take place outside the police stations across the state. And here's a quick look at other stories that we are tracking from across the country after former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren announced plans to float his own party. Union Minister Sanjay Seth said that the JMM did not give importance to Champai Soren. He called Champai Soren a mass leader and expressed sadness over how he had been insulted by the party.
चंपाई सोरेन एक मास लीडर है, एक अच्छे नेता है, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है। वो उनका पोस्ट जिन्होंने पढ़ा होगा, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल फील्ड के लोग हैं, आम लोग हैं, झारखंड की आम जनता ने जो पढ़ा वो पोस्ट, तो मर्माहत था कि एक संघर्ष के नेता को किस तरह बेइज्जत किया गया। अब वो अपने नई पार्टी बना रहे हैं, स्वागत है।
Pune court has rejected bail application of 6 persons in connection with the Porsche hit and run case. This includes the teen driver's parents who were accused of swapping the blood samples of the teen driver who is accused of crashing his luxury car into a motorbike, killing 2 IT professionals, while his parents and others allegedly conspired to replace his blood samples so as to establish he was not drunk at the time of the accident. Vishwa Hindu Parishad organized Deep Daan program on auspicious occasion of the birth anniversary of Lord Shri Krishna. 5,251 lamps were lit at River Yamuna's Devraha Baba Ghat in Vrindavan. Shri Krishna Janmashtami is all set to be celebrated on 26th of this month. 4 people died after they were trapped in a debris near Katgadera area near in Rudraprayag, Uttarakhand. Their bodies were pulled out by the rescue team. Due to heavy rains, the Badrinath National Highway has been blocked due to debris near the highway region. In news from Shamli in Uttar Pradesh, a 40-year-old woman was murdered while she was going to collect fodder in the field. Villagers blocked a road and demanded the arrest of the accused. The body of the woman has been sent for post-mortem and a case has been registered.
गले पे उस महिला के निशान हैं। उसका जो है डेड बॉडी को कब्जे में ले करके पंचनामा की कार्रवाई और पीएम की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है और जो भी तहरीर प्राप्त हो रही है उस पर अभियोग पंजीकरण की कार्रवाई की जा रही है और साथ ही इस केस के जो है सारे तथ्य जो है विभिन्न टीमों के द्वारा संकलित किए जा रहे हैं जिससे कि जो भी इसमें संलिप्त है उसका पता करके उसके विरुद्ध विधिक कार्रवाई की जा सके।
And with the US presidential elections all set to be held on 5th of November this year, the battle is only heating up. Take a look at Kamala Harris' speech from the National Democratic Convention earlier today.
Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. And how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States. Not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself.
And while Prime Minister Modi is all set to hold talks with Zelensky, Ukraine continues with its counter-offensive in Russian cities. The visuals on your screens is from the Krasnodar region where the Ukrainian forces have attacked for the first time, knocking out Russian oil facilities at the port of Kyivgaz on the Black Sea.
A day after National Conference and the Congress Party's Switch Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, India Alliance partner Aam Aadmi Party has decided to go solo and they will be contesting elections both in the Jammu region and in the Kashmir Valley. Delhi Cabinet Minister Imran Hussain told Republic that the party will be announcing their list very soon. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
character, the taste of success.
Говорили сьогодні роботу з партнерами щодо ППО нових систем для України. Ми готуємо посилення. Була доповідь головкома Сирського. Фронт. Оборона на Покровському, Торецькому напрямках. Важка ситуація, але хлопці роблять все, щоб знищувати окупанта.
Now, the three-phase elections in J&K is all set to take place beginning 18th of September. Brainstorming sessions are taking place. As we speak, a key meet which is currently being held by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, being attended by J&K BJP chief and top BJP leaders as well. This while sources tell Republic that the first list of candidates for the first phase of polling in J&K will be out in the next few days. So a high-level meet which is currently underway at Amit Shah's residence, specifically on the J&K Assembly polls. Among those present in this meeting are G. Kishan Reddy, Ram Madhav as well. The meeting is taking place ahead of BJP's Central Election Committee meeting. Let's go across to Harsha, who has more details of this. Harsha, if you can give us more details as to when can we expect the first list of candidates to be released by the BJP for the first phase of the J&K Assembly elections.
So, Samiksha, right now the very crucial meeting is underway at the residence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and this is a very important meeting keeping in mind that Jammu Kashmir election after 5 years are scheduled to happen in the month of September. The elections are happening in three phases, and that is the reason why it is very important for BJP to decide on the crucial candidate list of the 90 Assembly constituency in Jammu and Kashmir before the CEC meeting. To tell you that BJP CEC meeting is scheduled to happen on 25th of August, and before that, both the in charges of Jammu and Kashmir, Ram Madhav and G. Kishan Reddy, are right now present at the residence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah to also discuss and brainstorm like who could be the candidates for different locations in Jammu and Kashmir for all the 90 Assembly constituency, because now after such a long period of time, elections are scheduled to happen in Jammu and Kashmir. Keeping in mind the terrain and keeping in mind the present situation in Jammu and Kashmir, it's very crucial to decide on the caste factor and also the dominance of certain castes in the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. So right now it's been already almost 20 minutes since the meeting started at the residence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. We are getting to know that the meeting will go on for another 30 to 40 minutes, and the major brainstorming is going to happen in the CEC meet of BJP. But before that, this meeting is very crucial. Back to you.
Harsha, just a quick follow-up question. While the Aam Aadmi Party has hinted that they will be focusing on freebies, so as to say, a little too early, but anything you're learning from your sources as to what the BJP manifesto will have for the people in J&K?
So, Samiksha, right now we have got to know that the BJP manifesto will likely and mostly focus on the development work in Jammu Kashmir, which the government has been promising after the abrogation of Article 370. And that is the reason right now we are not hearing anything regarding freebies. Mostly freebies have been the agenda of Aam Aadmi Party and now Congress has also adapted this freebie culture in certain states, and that is the reason why it is majorly being said that the opposition parties like NC and Congress would likely adapt this freebie culture in their manifesto in Jammu Kashmir as well, like Congress did in the state of Telangana and Karnataka. But from the BJP sources, we are getting to know that mostly going to focus on the tourism, on the development, and how to tackle the terror activities which is taking place right now, which is more seen in Jammu these days. That terror activity was shifted from Kashmir to Jammu. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, we leave it at that. So security is of utmost importance. For now, we should focus to a quick roundup of other news that we are tracking. This is a business wrap where we get you all the top business stories. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that MSMEs can play an important role in realizing the vision to transform India into a developed nation. By 2047, the Finance Minister announced plans to conduct dialogue programs with 250 MSME clusters across the country. These programs will help understand the needs of the MSME industry. MSMEs have been given special priority in the union budget as well, and convenient loans are now being provided to the micro and small enterprises. RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das has supported the decision to leave the policy repo rate unchanged at 6.5%. He made these statements during Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee meeting. The RBI Governor even called the present policy rate balanced and in sync with RBI's objective of managing inflation in the country, which still remains above its target range of 4%. Zomato's co-founder and CEO Deepinder Goyal has announced the closure of Zomato's Legends as it was not finding product market fit. Zomato Legends was the intercity food delivery service that allowed customers to order food from different parts of the country. This while earlier Zomato had closed the curtains on its logistics service, which was designed to deliver small parcels across merchants. India has surpassed China to become the world's biggest importer of Russian oil in the month of July, according to data that's available. Chinese refiners brought less oil from Russia because of lower profit margins from producing fuels. Indian refiners have been gorging on Russian oil, which is being sold at discounted rates after Western nations imposed sanctions against Russia. General Motors backed autonomous vehicle subsidiary Cruise will make its driverless cars available on Uber next year. Uber users would get an option for Cruise autonomous vehicles while making the booking. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. The focus is also on Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine, first by any Indian Prime Minister in 30 years. Crucial talks with Zelensky will take place later in the day.
A day after National Conference and the Congress Party's Swiss alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, India alliance partner Aam Aadmi Party has decided to go solo, and they will be contesting elections both in the Jammu region and in the Kashmir Valley. Delhi Cabinet Minister Imran Hussain told Republic that the party will be announcing their list very soon. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you and all of us Americans, freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love, people who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's
this is high time that females should be protected at their workplace at least. So we have two basic demands which are human rights, for which we have to fight.
Unless we give some kind of a punishment that can make this stop, and until something like that happens, a proper rule is getting implemented, we are not happy.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. This is live and breaking. We'll get you the latest updates coming in as the justice for Abhay. The campaign continues, the fight continues, and the investigation also continues, viewers. Republic TV getting you the latest leads in the case. First up, the headlines this hour. CBI investigation gains momentum. Psychoanalysis test of Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors today. Top sources say accused Sanjay Roy's close aide ASI Datta likely to be summoned once again for quizzing. Completely on the back foot, Mamata government now issues a circular to stop students from protesting. But the fight for justice continues unabated. BJP to stage protest outside all the police stations in Kolkata. And after an agenda-packed Warsaw visit, all eyes now on Prime Minister's Kiev visit. Mega bilaterals lined up. Viewers, we are going across to Kolkata straight away, where Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, has once again arrived at the CBI office at the CGO complex in Kolkata for questioning. CBI has once again summoned him. It's the 7th straight day of questioning for Sandeep Ghosh, and he's all set to undergo a psychoanalysis test as well. Remember, the CBI had sought permission for that same, and yesterday it had been granted the permission for conducting a psychoanalysis test on Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors. So once again we see that Sandeep Ghosh has reached CBI office for a 7th straight day for questioning, and the investigation right now underway. We'll take a look at this sequence. My colleague Kisholai joins us live on the broadcast for more. Kisholai, we are getting visuals of Sandeep Ghosh, who has just reached a CBI office for a 7th straight day. He's going to be questioned, and also the polygraph test. He is going to he'll also undergo a polygraph test today, as the CBI has been given the permission for the same.
Well, good morning, Rakshita. Exactly as you rightly pointed out, Sandeep Ghosh has already reached the CBI office, and he will be taken for the polygraph test today. Yesterday, we saw that both Sandeep Ghosh as well as 4 other doctors were taken to the ACGM court in Shialda, and there the polygraph test permission was taken from the magistrate. Now, who are these 4 doctors who will be accompanying Sandeep Ghosh in this particular polygraph test process? These 4 doctors, according to sources, were the same ones who had dinner with Abhaya that particular horrific night when that grotesque incident happened, and these 4 doctors might be an important clue to what happened that particular night and the sequence of events that followed. Now, these doctors have been quizzed previously. Sandeep Ghosh was also quizzed previously, but the CBI believes that there are certain incoherent answers that they are giving out which does not corroborate with each other. Some answers that are contradictory. So in order to bring those answers and those information in line, and in order to understand the perspective and the sequence of events that followed, CBI is going to conduct a polygraph test on 6 individuals today, according to sources. One is Sandeep Ghosh, the ex-principal of RG Corps. 4 other doctors were present with Abhaya that particular horrific night, the night of horror when that incident happened, and Sanjay Roy as well, the one who is arrested for this particular case of rape and murder. So these 6 polygraph tests today. Also, we see that Kolkata police has sent a prison van as well to the CBI office in order to bring out Sanjay Roy and bring him for the polygraph test. Whether CBI will use that prison van or not is a question. But today, these 6 polygraph tests are going to take place. That is what we are going to. What we are getting to know, Rakshita.
All right. In fact, Kushal, I'll request you to stay on with us because we're getting another lead in connection with this case, viewers. The latest we have is that Arup Datta, the ASI, who is alleged to be an aide of the key accused, the prime accused, that is Sanjay Roy, could be summoned once again. And I'll go across to Kishalai straight away on that. Kishalai, another update that we're getting is that Arup Datta, the ASI, the police officer, CBI might summon him once again for questioning now.
Exactly, a small correction, Rakshita. There is Anup Datta, SI of Kolkata Police, used to stay with this accused person, Sanjay Roy, in the police barrack, and was in a way a godfather to this particular Sanjeev Roy, who was who had been found guilty of this, or who has been arrested for this whole rape and murder case. Now, this same person, we saw how he was running for his life when journalists were asking him questions. Now we are getting to know that this Anup Datta might hold links to the nexus that runs behind RG Corps and certain sections and elements within the Kolkata police force, because both this Sanjeev Roy and Anup Datta are connected to Kolkata police, and they are also part of some welfare board that is running within this police organization. So ASI Anup Datta, a part of Kolkata police, staying in that particular police barrack with Sanjeev Roy, will be also questioned. According to sources, he had been questioned previously, and some important pieces of information was derived from him. Now we have to see what's next, because he is the one who is a link between this whole nexus of RG Corps and what was happening between certain sections and elements and individuals of Kolkata police. So that link might be re-established after this quiz happens.
Absolutely. A very crucial day in the investigation of the CBI today. Thank you so much for the moment, Kishalai. We'll keep coming to you for more updates at Republic TV, Republic Bangla tracks, all the latest news breaks on that story. Now, viewers, we shift our focus to some more stories that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. After former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren announced plans to float his own party, Union Minister Sanjay Seth said that the JMM did not give importance to Champai. He called Champai Soren a mass leader and felt saddened how he has been insulted by the party.
भाई सोरेन एक मास लीडर है, अच्छे नेता है, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है। वो उनका पोस्ट जिन्होंने पढ़ा होगा, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल फील्ड के लोग हैं, आम लोग हैं, झारखंड की आम जनता ने जो पढ़ा वो पोस्ट, तो मर्माहत था कि एक संघर्ष के नेता को किस तरह बेइज्जत किया गया। अब वो अपने नई पार्टी बना रहे हैं, स्वागत है।
A Pune court has rejected the bail applications of 6 persons in connection to the Porsche hit-and-run case. This includes the teen driver's parents, who are alleged to have swapped his blood sample. The driver is accused of crashing his luxury car into the motorbike, killing 2 IT professionals. His parents allegedly, and others in fact, allegedly conspiring to replace his blood sample so as to establish he was not drunk at the time of the accident. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad organized a Deep Dan program on the auspicious occasion of the 5,251st birth anniversary of Lord Sri Krishna, and as many lamps were lit at the river Yamuna's Devraha Baba Ghat in Vrindavan. Sri Krishna Janmashtami will be celebrated on the 26th of August. 4 people died after they got trapped in the debris near Katgadera, near Panta helipad. All the deceased are Nepali nationals. Their bodies are being brought to Rudraprayag by the disaster relief forces. Due to heavy rains, the Badrinath National Highway was blocked due to debris near Nanprayag, Chinka, Gulab Koti, Pagalnala and Kanchanala. A 40-year-old woman was murdered while she was going to collect fodder in the field. Villagers blocked the road and demanded the arrest of the accused. The body of the woman has been sent for post-mortem and a case has been registered. Hunt is on for the accused.
गले पे उस महिला के निशान हैं। उसका जो है डेड बॉडी को कब्जे में लेकर के पंचनामा की कार्रवाई और पीएम की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है और जो भी तहरीर प्राप्त हो रही है उस पर अभियोग पंजीकरण की कार्रवाई की जा रही है और साथ ही इस केस के जो है सारे तथ्य जो है विभिन्न टीमों के द्वारा संकलित किए जा रहे हैं, जिससे कि जो भी इसमें संलिप्त है उसका पता करके उसके विरुद्ध विधिक कार्रवाई की जा सके।
Hello, Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone.
All right, quick look at the top stories right now. BJP is swinging into huddle mode ahead of Jammu and Kashmir polls. A key meeting underway at Amit Shah's residence in New Delhi. A day after Congress and the National Conference sealed a pre-poll alliance, Aam Aadmi Party says it will go solo in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. CBI opposes Kejriwal's bail plea in Supreme Court in connection with the Liquorgate investigation. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is on a 5-day visit to the United States, set to hold bilateral talks with their counterparts. In a big boost for India-United States defense ties, both nations inked yet another military cooperation pact. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to some more story from across the world. Now, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris now formally accepted the Democratic presidential nomination at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. She mentioned the Israel-Hamas war during her speech. She also said that while she's disturbed by the sufferings of the Palestinian people, Israel has every right to defend itself. Here's a report.
To the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary.
All right, we will be getting in visuals from Japan. This is a fire that was reported from the JR Hokkaido Naibo factory in Japan. White smoke can be seen rising from a train that was in the process of being dismantled. Situation prompted immediate emergency response efforts as authorities work to contain the fire and investigate its cause. No injuries reported so far. We will continue with our breaking developments coming in. Right now, these are the visuals coming in from Odisha Assembly where ruckus broke out. You can see what's happening, high drama unfolding at the Odisha Assembly. We'll get you the details on that and much more. Stay tuned.
श्री अमरेंद्र दास मान्यवर क्रीड़ा और युवा कल्याण मंत्री
Prime Minister Modi will be in Ukraine today, the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 30 years' time. A very crucial visit which could significantly impact the geopolitical situation surrounding the Russia-Ukraine war. Stay tuned to Republic as we continue to get you our special coverage from Ukraine.
Days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthens our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And you...
Welcome back, viewers. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is preparing for a meeting with the Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, and a visit follows. Prime Minister's visit to Poland, and it was a historic visit in itself. He had underscored there itself that there is a need for peace amid the escalating tensions, and once again the Prime Minister will be, of course, focusing on that message of peace amidst the war in Ukraine. I will get you the latest on that in this report.
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent visit to Poland, he is all set to meet Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Modi's visit to Ukraine is primarily aimed at facilitating peace talks, reflecting India's push for a resolution amidst escalating tensions. His recent call for a return to peace highlights the urgency of his mission as he prepares for this significant engagement in Ukraine. With the war intensifying, Modi's stance remains clear. This is not the time for war. India has long been a proponent of peace, and Modi's current efforts align with this enduring commitment. During his visit to Poland, the Prime Minister once again emphasized the need for peace amidst the ongoing conflict.
साथियों, भारत बुद्ध की विरासत वाली धरती है। और जब बुद्ध की बात आती है तो जो युद्ध नहीं, शांति पर विश्वास करती है। और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है, ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
This message was reinforced during his visit to Russia, where he directly urged President Vladimir Putin, saying, "Today's era is not of war."
एक्सेलेंसी, एक मित्र के नाते मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के उज्ज्वल
From Ukraine, where the Prime Minister has reached, what we understand right now, those are the visuals coming in. The Prime Minister, it's a historic visit. Like it's, of course, all about deepening the ties, also about the defense ties between the two nations, defense manufacturing. India to act like a bridge of peace. That's what the Prime Minister had said during his visit while he embarked on this visit to Poland and Ukraine. And now we have visuals from Kiev. And remember, viewers, the war between Ukraine and Russia is still on. And in that background, we see the Prime Minister now arriving in Ukraine. This coming in just few weeks after he visited Russia. That was in July. He visited Moscow, and there were several reactions that had come in on that. A sharp reaction had come in from Ukraine as well. My colleague and senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the phone line. From Abhishek, we're getting first visual of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Ukraine. He has reached, I believe that it was a 7 to 10 hour long journey via a train amidst the war that is going on. And of course, there's lots more lined up. It has a lot of significance given the fact that this visit comes in just few weeks after his Moscow visit.
Well, absolutely. And not 7 to 10 hours, actually 10 hours plus, Rakshita, we are told. It was a requisitioned train, so a special train, you can call it, Prime Minister 1 or train number 1. And this is how this is the only way you can access Kyiv. You cannot fly down. And before Prime Minister, for example, President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, President Emmanuel Macron, among others, Chancellor Olaf Scholz, they have all traveled to this route. And Prime Minister taking 10-hour train journey from Poland to Kiev, and in the carcade now we can see him arriving in the Ukrainian capital. He is going to be meeting President Zelensky. And remember, because it's a war situation, the program details are kept under wraps, and the location also secret. For example, when Rishi Sunak came, he met President Zelensky at the Hard Rock Cafe in Kiev and not in the presidential palace, because that's sort of a giveaway. So similarly, in the case of Prime Minister, the location and the duration of engagement and where the meeting would take place and for how long it would go, those things are being kept under wraps for now. Also, because you mentioned that Prime Minister is visiting Kiev just a month after, or a little more than a month after visiting Moscow. Yes, that's very important. And in a way, it's India's message that for us, between Russia and Ukraine, it's not a zero-sum game like it is in the case of most of the Western nations. And the Prime Minister has been very clear that this is not an era of war. And so far as humanitarian assistance to Kiev is concerned, India has been feet and upfront about whatever needs to be done has to be done, and we have been doing that. And this is a very important visit panning out, Rakshita.
Well, of course, India giving out a strong message for peace. And, Abhishek, tell us more on the way this is being viewed. Remember, there is peace on agenda. There is also defense on agenda. And how we have seen India has been independent as far as its approach is concerned to both the countries ever since this war broke out, ever since Russia invaded in Ukraine. We've seen there were multiple reactions that had come in, especially from the West. But despite that, India is showing that its policy remains non-aligned, it remains independent, and it can play a very important role in fact, sending that message of peace and even brokering peace.
Absolutely, and good that you mentioned, Rakshita, this word non-alignment, because traditionally India is seen as a non-aligned power, and in the Modi dispensation since 2014, the non-alignment has seen a very evolved, nuanced approach where on one hand we have strengthened our partnership, for example, with the United States. At the same time, we have not let an old ally like Russia feel as if we have abandoned them. And so similarly in the case of Europe, similarly in the case of Africa. So, for example, in the manner in which we have strongly batted for Global South, the manner in which we have, aggressively campaigned for the reforms at the United Nations, all those are appeased with a very newfound self-confidence that India is on the high table in the Global Committee of Nations. India is an influencer when it comes to global events of the day. And so when it comes to this Ukraine war, for example, the kind of clarity with which Prime Minister Modi has spoken that this is not the time to have war, you cannot solve problems and disputes in the battlefield, and that you have to go back to dialogue and diplomacy, I think nobody else has done. The Americans have not done it. The Brits have not done it. The French have not done it. Or if they have done it by way of some kind of verbal homage to peace, they have been supplying weapons to Ukraine, and they have been behaving or conducting themselves in a manner that there is no incentive for Russia to make a climb back from the state of war. So obviously, if you look at the manner in which the whole thing has panned out in Europe over the last couple of years, India has emerged as a voice of reason. Prime Minister Modi has led from the front in terms of impressing upon everyone that you cannot do war and jaw at the same time. You have to, and then you can have a dialogue, and that should be the focus. Prime Minister, in fact, interestingly, for all the panning that his visit to Moscow and his hugging President Putin got, if you do a sum total of the number of meetings Prime Minister has had with President Zelensky vis-a-vis President Putin, it's actually more with President Zelensky than Putin. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of balancing act we have done without turning this into a zero-sum game. And that's going to get reflected in the Prime Minister's visit to Kiev. Perhaps the only one of this stature and its size in terms of our geostrategic heft and geoeconomic heft from the eastern part of the world, from this side of the Suez Canal, traveling to Kiev and meeting President Zelensky there. So all the apprehensions that the West had about India's balancing act should be put to rest with this visit of Prime Minister panning out in front of our eyes. He's going to spend more than a couple of hours, possibly 4 or 5 hours. He just arrived after a 10-hour train journey.
Right.
And after those 4 or 5 hours, he will be heading back again with that 10-hour train journey back to Poland.
Absolutely right. Of course, the historic visit, and it has its own significance. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for the moment, for joining us with your updates coming in. Viewers, in fact, the Indian diaspora is also quite excited with the Prime Minister's visit. It's an historic visit, viewers. It's a first ever visit by the Indian Prime Minister in as many years. And this is something that has its own significance. Let's take a listen into the reactions coming from the Indian diaspora.
मैं आज यहाँ पे आया हूँ, ये हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी यहाँ पर आए हैं। मैं उनको प्राउड, उन्होंने हमें प्राउड करवाया है कि प्राउड टू बी इंडियन। एंड मैं और यहाँ एक्साइटेड हूँ बहुत देखने के लिए। और ये जो मीटिंग है आज की, जैसे हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो फर्स्ट डे से हमारा एम जो था उनका वॉर को स्टॉप करवाना है, और मैं अगर मेरी चांस अभी मुझे मिला तो मैं इसी टॉपिक पे बात करूँगा।
मैं भी जयपुर से आया हुआ हूँ, काफ़ी दूर से हम लोग ट्रेवल करके आए हैं स्पेशली हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर से मिलने के लिए। और काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है हम लोग इस चीज़ के लिए, क्योंकि अगर हम इंडिया में रहते तो शायद मुश्किल होता शायद मोदी से इतना नज़दीक से देखने का और मिलने का। बट यहाँ एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि हम उनको बहुत पास से देखेंगे, और हो सकता है अगर बात करने का मौका मिला तो बात कर लेंगे।
2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. Republic TV will be getting you all the latest updates on Prime Minister's historic visit to Ukraine. It's the first ever visit to Ukraine by an Indian Prime Minister since the establishment of the bilateral relations since 30 years. Prime Minister has just reached Kiev, and all eyes will be on that bilateral meeting. And right now, we will get you all the top stories that are making headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
For an 8th straight day, CBI quizzes RG Corps former principal Sandeep Ghosh. CBI investigation gains momentum. Psychoanalysis test of Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors today. Top sources say accused Sanjay Roy's close aide ASI Datta likely to be summoned again for quizzing. It's completely on the back foot. Mamata Banerjee government now issues a circular to stop students from protesting. The fight for justice continues unabated. BJP to stage protest outside all police stations in Kolkata. And Prime Minister's train reaches Kiev. All eyes on the big Modi-Zelensky meet.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Now, in the latest development, viewers, in the RG Corps medical case, now Sanjay Roy, who is the key accused, his close aide Saurav has come under the scrutiny of the CBI now. Sources reveal that Saurav was with Sanjay Roy on the night of the incident where they were reportedly drinking together. Saurav has provided crucial information to the CBI, further intensifying the investigation surrounding Sanjay Roy. That's the big breaking we are getting in right now. It's a big lead for the CBI and the investigation that is underway. Crucial information being shared by Sanjay Roy's friend, that is Saurav. And what we understand, as per his information, is that they were drinking during the night of that gruesome rape and murder. That's the latest update we have right now, viewers, and we'll try and get you all the latest updates on that. And sources tell us that key information has been shared by Sanjay Roy's friend. The news is tightening around the accused. Remember, it's not just Sanjay Roy, but it's also Sandeep Ghosh who's going to be facing the psychoanalysis test along with 4 other doctors of the RG Corps Medical College. My colleague Anamika is joining us live from Kolkata right now. Anamika, a crucial information that we're getting via our sources is that Sanjay Roy's friend has shared some important information that both of them were drinking at the night of that horror.
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी है। संजय रॉय से जो पूछताछ चल रही है, इसके अलावा जो उसका करीबी दोस्त है सौरभ, उसने बहुत बड़ी जानकारी साझा की सीबीआई के सामने, जब उसने बताया कि उस घटना की रात उसने शराब पी थी संजय रॉय के साथ और बहुत सारी बातें उसने और भी संजय रॉय के बारे में बताई हैं। यानी कि जो सौरभ है वो बहुत सारे राज उगल रहा है। इसके साथ साथ अब वो 4 लोग जिन्होंने उस रात पीड़िता के साथ खाना खाया था, उनसे भी पूछताछ करने को लेकर के यहाँ पे पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट को लेकर के कोर्ट से परमिशन मिल गई है। लेकिन सौरभ ने जो बातें बताई सीबीआई के सामने संजय रॉय को लेकर के, वो अपने आप में काफ़ी अहम हो जाती, क्योंकि सौरभ रॉय ये वही शख्स है जिसने उस रात संजय रॉय के साथ खाना खाया था, शराब की थी, पार्टी की थी। संजय रॉय भी उस दिन शराब पी हुई थी। तो सौरभ ने अब बहुत सारे राज उगले हैं। हालांकि उस घटना के बारे में, उस वारदात के बारे में उसने सीबीआई से बहुत सारी बातें और भी शेयर की हैं जो इस पूरे के पूरे जांच को एक नया मोड़ दे सकती हैं। संजय रॉय की आज कोर्ट में पेशी भी है, चूँकि संजय रॉय की कस्टडी आज खत्म हो रही है, लिहाजा आज उसे कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। इसके अलावा संजय रॉय की पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट को लेकर के भी आज शाम 5:30 बजे बड़ा फैसला आना है सियालदा कोर्ट की ओर से। ऐसे में जो संजय रॉय के फ्रेंड है सौरभ रॉय, उनकी ओर से क्या कुछ जो अपडेट्स है वो मिल रही हैं, वो अपने आप में इस जांच के लिए काफ़ी अहम हो जाती हैं। उस रात संजय रॉय ने ना सिर्फ पार्टी की थी बल्कि सौरभ के साथ पार्टी की थी, और सौरभ ये वो शख्स है जो संजय रॉय का करीबी भी है, उस रात पार्टी भी की थी। यानी कि सौरभ अब ये भी बताएगा कि उस रात क्या क्या बातें हुई थी संजय के साथ उस पार्टी के दौरान। क्या संजय ने बताया था कि वो क्या करने जा रहा है, उसके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है। जब रेड लाइट एरिया दोनों गए थे तो क्या सौरभ उस वक्त उसके साथ मौजूद था या सौरभ उसके साथ उस वक्त मौजूद नहीं था। ये बहुत सारी बातें ऐसी हैं जो जांच के बाद सामने आएंगी। फिलहाल सौरभ जो शख्स जो उस पूरे के पूरे घटना में एक अहम कड़ी है, एक अहम सुराग है सीबीआई के सामने भी, उसने सीबीआई के सामने बहुत सारी बातें कबूल ली हैं और बहुत सारी बातें अभी जांच में सामने आनी भी बाकी है। यानी कि अभी संजय रॉय का जब पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट होगा तो उसका क्रॉस वेरिफिकेशन भी करवाया जाएगा कि जो बातें सौरभ बता रहा है वो बातें सच है या नहीं, उसमें से कितनी बातें सच है, ये बहुत सारी बातें पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट के बाद भी सामने आ पाएंगी।
बने रहिए अनामिका, we are getting more updates on the same as you were telling us about the psychoanalysis test. Now Sandeep Ghosh, who's a former principal of RJ Kaur Medical College and a prime suspect in this gang rape and murder case, has arrived at the CGO complex in Kolkata for a 7th consecutive day of questioning, and the CBI has been authorized to conduct that polygraph test on Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors, 4 trainee doctors, which we have learned might happen before 5:30 p.m. today. And I go across to Anamika once again. Anamika, tell us more updates. In fact, we'll try and reconnect with them. I'm told that connection is not there, but we will get you more details, viewers, as the psychoanalysis test will in fact bring to light many more details, information that has been concealed up until now. We saw what happened in the Supreme Court yesterday. Mamata Banerjee's police was blasted. It was, in fact, we've seen how point by point there were so many tough questions that have been posed before Mamata police by the Supreme Court bench, and Mamata Banerjee has to answer what was she doing, who was she shielding, why was she covering up, why her police has mishandled this case all throughout, who is orchestrating this cover-up. That's the big question. Sandeep Ghosh on your screens, that's a former principal of RJ Kaur Medical College, and 4 others are going to face the psychoanalysis test, along with the Sanjay Roy, who is right now in custody. Of course, there's no psychoanalysis test yet for Sanjay Roy, but Sandeep Ghosh, his polygraph test, and 4 other trainee doctors will undergo that polygraphy test today. And we are told that it will happen before 5:30 p.m. In fact, we are getting more leads in connection with that. Viewers, CBI may also summon ASI Arup Datta for questioning once again. So the police officer in ASI, who is with Kolkata Police, Arup Datta, could also be in fact summoned by the CBI. And we can see that what the Supreme Court had pointed out today, how things are not adding up, how the general diary entry was made at 10 a.m. 4 p.m. there is a death case, unnatural death case that is filed, and 6:10 p.m. to 7:10 p.m. there is a post-mortem conducted. No FIR. FIR is filed after post-mortem, and that's 11:45 p.m. And those are the discrepancies that have come to light. My colleague Kisholai joins us on the broadcast for more. Kisholai, it's a very important day as far as this investigation is concerned. Sandeep Ghosh is at the CBI office, and we are told that before 5:30 p.m. the psychoanalysis test could be conducted.
Exactly, Rakshita. Right now, Sandeep Ghosh, as we speak, is inside the CGO complex, and CBI is questioning him about various aspects, about various answers, incoherent and not corroborated yet. And the CBI is hoping to understand better his answers and what events that followed that particular night by conducting this polygraph test, the permission of which they received yesterday from the ACGM court. You'll remember, Rakshita, for our viewers, that the Supreme Court specifically mentioned, the bench specifically instructed the CBI to go for this polygraph test as soon as possible. They asked the CBI, well, did you do this? The CBI answered that not yet. Then the bench specifically mentioned, what are you waiting for? So in that particular same day, yesterday that is, we saw CBI going for the ACGM court and asking for that particular permission of conducting polygraph test on Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors who were present at that particular night with this lady, doctor who was grotesquely murdered and killed and raped. Now, those 4 doctors may hold very important key and clue to this particular incident which followed that night and the sequences of events. Apart from that, Sanjay Roy would also be going through polygraph tests according to sources, and today all these tests will happen, and the CBI will understand that what answers are not yet found, and already we know that there is an arrangement to bring out Sandeep Ghosh after in a while. He'll be brought out from CGO complex and will be taken for this particular test, and this will be done before 5:30 p.m. today.
Absolutely.
That is the latest update.
Kishore, stay with us because we're getting more updates. One, of course, is that the ASI, Kolkata Police ASI, who has been ASI in the Kolkata Police, Anup Ghosh, could be now summoned by the CBI as well. And in fact, we also got our viewers the information about how a friend of Sanjay Roy has shared that they were drinking during the night of that horrific crime. So there are multiple individuals who are under the lens, and they are being questioned by the CBI. ASI is going to be summoned once again. That's another piece of information that we're getting, Kishore.
Well, exactly that particular night, Sanjay, who arrived at RG Kar Hospital around 11 p.m. in the night, it is very clear from the CCTV footages. He left the hospital at 11:30, went to a particular red light area which was very close, had a drink with his friend, had a long time drinking with his friend Saurav, and then came back around 4 a.m. in the morning, and 4 to 4:45 he was inside the hospital, and this lady doctor, according to sources, was also inside resting, and then this whole grotesque incident happened. And whether with him, with Sanjay Roy, who else were there is also a question. There might be multiple people engaged, multiple culprits engaged in this heinous act, because we know that post-mortem reports suggest that. But this particular person called Saurav, with whom Sanjay Roy had a long time drinking that particular night, what is the role of this person, whether he instigated, inspired, or was a part of the plan, was also there present, is also what CBI is finding out. And on the other hand, Anup Datta, who was staying with Sanjay Roy in the police barrack where he was staying, is also under scanner and will be questioned today. Rakshita.
Absolutely, Kishore. In fact, there is anger that is mounting given the fact that how many discrepancies and how many layers are being uncovered day in and day out. Public TV is leading the investigation. There's pan-India protest, Kolkata being the epicenter of it. And now, in response to this large number of school students who have been participating in the street protests, they are all taking on Mamata Banerjee. They are sending out a strong message to Mamata Banerjee. Now, West Bengal's Directorate of Education has issued a circular that prohibits these students from joining any protests or programs outside those organized by the Education Department. And Kishore, I'll go across to you on this. Now, we can see how a large number of students had been, in fact, on the streets from not just the medical fraternity, but also from other colleges and other disciplines. And they had been vehemently protesting against Mamata Banerjee, demanding answers, demanding action. And this seems to have, of course, pushed Mamata Banerjee into hot water. And now there is a diktat that is stopping them from holding protests, stopping them from, raising their voices now.
Diktat. The Supreme Court day before yesterday, I'll quote the Supreme Court saying that the West Bengal state must not unleash its power on protesters. Now, we saw Kolkata police under Vinit Goel lathi charging on the protesters even yesterday on BJP protesters. Before that, we saw on ABVP workers, and before that, we saw on football fans. Now, the West Bengal administration is sending out diktats to students to not participate in rallies. This is a democratic right for the students to go out and participate in a protest march against such heinous act. And Mamata Banerjee is clearly irked to see what's happening in West Bengal. And according to the opposition parties, this is a way to strangulate the voices of protest and dissent in order to stop them from speaking out. The students should not be speaking out is the concept that Mamata Banerjee has now started thinking. That is the reason that she has sent out this diktat through her education department. So this is clearly, according to the opposition parties, is a clear murder of democracy in West Bengal. Yesterday we saw that even the leader of opposition was detained and put in prison van. That is what happens in West Bengal. And now, apart from lathi charging on the protesters, they are also sending out diktats like this particular notification coming out from the PI office, where even the students cannot participate in protest rallies, peaceful protest rallies, which is a democratic right given in the Constitution of India.
Absolutely, of course. This case has sent shockwaves across the country, shocking and shaking the conscience of the entire country. And it's unfortunate how Mamata Banerjee is trying to muzzle the voice of those who are demanding justice. And in the latest, we have this diktat by the Mamata Banerjee government. Viewers, we will continue our focus on RG Core medical rape and murder case. Students are disallowed, are barred now from protesting in Kolkata, in West Bengal. We'll continue to get you more details. Thank you so much, Kishore, for the moment, joining us with those updates. BJP swings into huddle ahead of Jammu and Kashmir polls. Key meeting at Amit Shah's residence underway. A day after Congress and National Conference sealed pre-poll alliance, Aam Aadmi Party says it will go solo in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. CBI opposes Kejriwal's bail plea in Supreme Court in connection with the Liquorgate investigation. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh on a 5-day visit to the United States, set to hold bilateral talks with counterpart. In a big boost for India-US defense ties, both nations ink another military cooperation pact. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Ukraine on a historic visit, and he has just reached Kiev, and he is being received by the Indian diaspora as we speak, the members of the Indian community in Ukraine, and he receives a grand welcome from the Indian community in Kiev. And of course, India's message of peace will be the focus as India also looks to boost the ties between the two nations. This is the first ever visit by an Indian Prime Minister, viewers, in 30 years of the bilateral ties being established between the two countries. And this visit comes at the invitation of President Volodymyr Zelensky. His visit to Kiev comes nearly 6 weeks, very importantly, after his high-profile trip to Moscow, which had in fact garnered a lot of criticism, sharp reactions from the US and Ukraine, President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky itself. And this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine since the country has become independent in 1991. We're talking about Ukraine there. And as we speak, viewers, Modi and Zelensky both are all set to hold a bilateral meeting. But right now, the Prime Minister is being received by the Indian community. Let's take a listen into what Indian students in Ukraine had to say about this visit.
मैं आज यहाँ पे आया हूँ, ये हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी यहाँ पर आए हैं। मैं उनको प्राउड, उन्होंने हमें प्राउड करवाया है कि प्राउड टू बी इंडियन। एंड मैं और यहाँ एक्साइटेड हूँ बहुत देखने के लिए। और ये जो मीटिंग है आज की, जैसे हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो फर्स्ट डे से हमारा एम जो था उनका वॉर को स्टॉप करवाना है, और मैं अगर मेरी चांस अभी मुझे मिला तो मैं इसी टॉपिक पे बात करूंगा।
मैं भी जयपुर से आया हुआ हूँ, काफ़ी दूर से हम लोग ट्रेवल करके आए हैं, स्पेशली हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर से मिलने के लिए। और काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है हम लोग इस चीज़ के लिए, क्योंकि अगर हम इंडिया में रहते तो शायद मुश्किल होता शायद मोदी से इतना नज़दीक से देखने का और मिलने का, बट यहाँ एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि हम उनको बहुत पास से देखेंगे और हो सकता है अगर बात करने का मौका मिला तो बात कर लेंगे।
All right, now after former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren announced plans to float his own party, Union Minister Sanjay says that the JMM has not given importance to Champai, and he called Champai Soren a mass leader and said that it's sad how he has been insulted by the party.
सोरेन एक मास लीडर है, अच्छे नेता है, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है। वो उनका पोस्ट जिन्होंने पढ़ा होगा, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल फील्ड के लोग हैं, आम लोग हैं, झारखंड की आम जनता ने जो पढ़ा वो पोस्ट तो मर्माहत था। कि एक संघर्ष के नेता को किस तरह बेइज्जत किया गया। अब वो अपने नई पार्टी बना रहे हैं, स्वागत है।
Pune court has rejected the bail applications of 6 persons in connection with the Porsche hit-and-run case. This includes the teen driver's parents, who are alleged to have swapped his blood sample. The teen driver is accused of crashing his luxury car into a motorbike, killing 2 IT professionals, while his parents and others allegedly conspired to replace his blood sample so as to establish that he was not drunk at the time of the crime. Vishwa Hindu Parishad organized Deep Dan program on the auspicious occasion of 5,251st birth anniversary of Lord Krishna. 5,251 lamps were lit at River Yamuna's Devaraha Baba Ghat in Vrindavan, and Janmashtami will be celebrated this year on the 26th of August. 4 people have died after they got trapped in the debris near Khat Gadera near Panta helipad. All deceased are Nepali nationals. The bodies are being brought to Rudraprayag by the DDRF team. Due to heavy rains, the Badrinath National Highway was blocked due to debris near Nandaprayag, Chinka, Gulab Koti, Pagalnala and Kanchanala. A 40-year-old woman was murdered while she was going to collect fodder in the field. Villagers blocked the road and demanded the arrest of the accused. Body of the woman has been sent for post-mortem. Case has been registered. Hunt is on for the accused.
उस महिला के निशान हैं, उसका जो है डेड बॉडी को कब्जे में ले करके पंचनामा की कार्रवाई और पीएम की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है, और जो भी तहरीर प्राप्त हो रही है उस पर अभियोग पंजीकरण की कार्रवाई की जा रही है, और साथ ही इस केस के जो है सारे तथ्य जो है विभिन्न टीमों के द्वारा संकलित किए जा रहे हैं, जिससे कि जो भी इसमें संलिप्त है उसका पता करके उसके विरुद्ध विधिक कार्रवाई की जा सके।
Now we're getting in visuals from Berisso. A major fire has erupted in Argentina's Berisso, the La Plata refinery, that is affecting a line in the tank farm. Fire brigades from the refinery as well as those from Berisso and Ensenada are engaged in firefighting efforts. A yellow alert committee has been activated to manage the emergency response and mitigate the situation. You can see the blaze and the plumes of smokes that are coming out of that building, that spot.
चाहिए वो नहीं होने दिया। और हमारी इकॉनमी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है और इन 10 वर्षों के अंदर 25 करोड़ लोगों को पॉवर्टी लाइन से बाहर करने में हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने कामयाबी हासिल की।
Character, the taste of success.
अचीव करना चाहते हैं वो नहीं कर सकते। अब हम लोगों ने मोर देन 5,000 आइटम्स की एक पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट बनाई है। पॉजिटिव उसका नाम दिया है, इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट। यह आइटम्स किसी भी सूरत में दुनिया के दूसरों से हम इंपोर्ट नहीं करेंगे। यह सारे आइटम बनेंगे भारत में, बनेंगे भारतवासियों के हाथों से, बनेंगे भारत की धरती पर। तय कर दिया है।
Сьогодні роботу з партнерами щодо ППО нових систем для України. Ми готуємо посилення. Була доповідь головкома Сирського. Фронт. Оборона на Покровському, Торецькому напрямках. Важка ситуація, але хлопці роблять все, щоб знищувати окупанта.
A very good morning. It's 11:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. There is absolutely no end to attempts being made by Mamata government to crush the voices of people in the state. In fact, in latest notification, she's asked the youth to not participate in protest marches. We'll get you the details of the notification that's come in from the State Education Department, also closely tracking Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine. Beginning first with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
For an eighth straight day, CBI quizzes Arjikar's former principal Sandeep Ghosh. CBI investigation picks up pace. Psychoanalysis test of Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors today. Top sources say accused Sanjay Roy's close aide ASI Datta likely to be summoned again by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Completely on the back foot, Mamata government now issues circular to stop students from staging protest march. But the fight for justice continues unabated. BJP to stage protest outside all police stations in West Bengal. Prime Minister Modi in Kiev, all eyes on Modi-Zelensky meet next.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
And we begin first up with the latest on the CBI investigation so far in the Kolkata rape and murder. We're now given to understand that the Central Bureau of Investigation will be conducting polygraph test on Sandeep Ghosh and 4 other doctors by 5:30 p.m. So that polygraph test is likely by this evening. In fact, that being said, note that Sandeep Ghosh is currently being interrogated